For the final time in Madison, Wisconsin, we bid you good morning. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, North Park here at Alliant Energy Center. Our final day of testing for the teams and individual elites. It is Team Test 10, alongside Jamie Hagia and Jeremy Austin. Lauren Smith, our reporter down on the field. My name is Joel Godet. We have 9 tests and 2 cuts in the books. We are down to just 20 teams. CrossFit Invictus leading the way, having bagged 831 out of a possible 900 points. Its lead did shrink, although, in the Coliseum last night. CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue chipped 16 points away, right now sitting in second place. CrossFit Omnia rounds out our top 10. Test number 10. Jeremy, we've got a whole bunch of fun-looking new implements on the team side.
Oh, tough one. Bob's a drag. You are not kidding. 4 rounds of a 500-meter run, a jerry can carry, a log traverse for something completely different, and then Big Bob back on the field. This time, pulling Big Bob down the field, and a 25-minute time cap.
Let's go down to Lauren Smith to talk about some of these new implements.
Look at this final log traverse. I'm 5'2", this is 5'5". Luckily, athletes can assist if there are some shorter girls on the team. But this is the brand new implement we've all been talking about for the bob pull. Athletes are gonna lock themselves in and they're gonna pull back as a unit. We spoke to Griffin Rolly from demo team earlier on. He said that actually, if you work in sync, that 585-pound sled's gonna move super fluidly, which begs the question, where is this test going to be won or lost?
Lauren Smith, thank you. That's a perfect segue, Jamie Hagia, because is it run on the bob pole or is it run somewhere else?
You know, this is the first time athletes will be able to touch this new implement, so it is all about who can adapt on the fly and figure it out the fastest. Also, stronger together, they're going to need to stay in one tight unit with perfect timing, a perfect tempo, and a lot of communication.
One heat, 20 teams, all out there together. CrossFit Trondheim in lane 1 does have a test win under its belt. The super team from Sweden, Prestanda, in lane 6. Invictus, the leader, dead center of the field in lane 10. Mayhem Independence is in lane 14. Crew from Cookville started this week with a test win in test number 1. But the lane to watch is East Nashville Proven. The defending champions Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson were with Mayhem Freedom last year, and because of that had all of the expectations and pressure, and for some reason, they've been great, but they just haven't been in the mix to win yet.
Expectation has been very high. 3 test wins from semis, the same amount at the games, and just something hasn't clicked, Jamie.
You know, last year they took a small hit after that run, but they won every single test following that. This year they had a small hit on that run, and they've been great, but it just shows you how perfect and flawless you need to be to stand at the top of that podium.
10 seconds in. Our clock timer here in this 25-minute time-capped event is brought to us by G-Shock, the official timekeeper of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. You can text 87121 for a chance to win a G-Shock watch, a CrossFit Level 1 seminar spot, and over $400 in CrossFit swag. Scan that QR code on your screen now. East Nashville Proven took a 20th place in that run test earlier on in this competition, and since then has been first, second, or 9th in any test, and it was one 9th place finish. But that is the importance of being able to go out there and be able to push the pace on a run, and of course, we have a significant strength element to this test with that bobsled pull, but you've got to be able to run as well.
Oh, you can't even pace this run. This is day 4 of the CrossFit Games. You have to leave everything out in the tank. And one test this morning in North Park, whatever's coming later on, we'll deal with that later, but they're going to have a little bit of a break, so they really need to empty the tank. And this run, you've just got to make sure all those 4 team members are back as a unit before we get going on the other implements.
Jay Adams for Milford running all by his lonesome at the front of that pack. He's already gone off the screen. You can see the red shorts of Josh Alshama. Invictus, your overall leader, with that white leader's jersey and red shorts.
You'll notice that earlier this week, these teams were tested in a 5K where they had to hold a rope together. But today, they are allowed to run individually, so you can let your fastest runners get a big lead, and some of your slower runners, you have to wait for them to come back to get those jerry cans.
Here is Adams. Those jerry cans are tandem, so each team has 2 jerry cans. Each jerry can has 3 handles. Figure out how you want to hold them. amongst yourselves. The male jerry can is 200 pounds. The women's jerry can is 150 pounds.
Well, it's something you've got to think about on the fly, and something that competition director Adrian Bosman has thrown at these athletes. Hey, you've got to work this out on the go. You haven't got time to strategize prior.
All right, so once the jerry cans are loaded up onto the bob, and right now it's a small carry because the bob is all the way at the blue end zone. You've got to make your way down over these logs and get situated in this brand new implement that Bill and Katie Henniger put together at Rogue. Sat down with competition director Adrian Bosman in the offseason and said, what can we craft up that's a little bit new to throw a twist into this mix?
And that is so creative. I love that these are new implements they're having to test these athletes' strength, their skills, their actual togetherness as a team. And you see here, we have actual athletes on the ground using themselves to help heave, and teammates can jump over that log traverse, and then if they're the final one, they'll be the last one to get themselves over that.
Literal lemmings out there. And now as we get set to pull this bobsled, feel the rhythm and feel the rhyme, try to move as one. 3 minutes and 11 seconds gone by.
Oh, Joel, it's just like a Viking boat, and the call of stroke every time. Athletes working in unison, and that bob just isn't sliding very much.
But Invictus, off a 2-minute first round run pace, is your first team to make it off of its initial pull. Got to pick the jerry cans back up, move them back to the blue end zone, and then begin on your second round 500-meter run.
Grip strength has been a factor all weekend. They've done a lot of work, upper body pulling, and now it's just how much grip strength you've got left. Coming into day 4, Jamie, what do you do with your arms on this run? You notice a couple of athletes having their arms by their side and trying to shake them out a little bit. What do you do to recover?
Oh, I mean, this is the 4th day. Your body feels like it's been hit by a bus, a train, a plane, everything you can think about. But you know what? Whatever is coming, this is the final day. You have to leave everything out there. You want to try to relax as much as you can in between. I love the team aspect of this, is that even though they can run individually at their own pace, they're going to have to come back in and really depend on each other.
Two teams leading the test right now are the two teams leading the field, Invictus and Oslo Navy Blue, and there's Josh Alshama checking his pace on that G-Shock watch. It's lonely at the top.
The only place they want to be, I think.
And Josh Alshama prides himself. He says that he's great and he loves those cardio pieces, machines, and he's proving that being out in the front.
Jorge Fernandez is the team's captain. He runs from behind.
No person left behind, Joel. Round them up like sheep. Let's go, team.
If Invictus wins, that would obviously put them on the podium. They would become just the second affiliate in CrossFit Games history to podium twice with the exact same group of athletes. Of course, Ute was victorious back in 2012 and 2013. The only other affiliate to ever do it. First run was 2 minutes and 2 seconds for Invictus, continuing to push the pace here. Get your official 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games gear and score a bonus gift with purchase. You can scan the QR code to redeem and view terms and conditions now. Again, those jerry can bags that became so popularized last year in the capital event for the elite individuals. 200 pounds for the guys, 150 pounds for the ladies. Their second run, 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
And Joel, the further you get away from the subposition, the further you got to carry them. And the spring over the logs, probably something that we can relate straight back to Olympic lifting and how explosive you need to be.
Oh, a lot of people do not know, but Olympic lifting can help with your vertical jump because it is so explosive and dynamic. And you see these Invictus athletes having no problem. They don't need any assistance. They're going to put their hands on that log and pop right over.
And now they get set for this bob sled pull again. The loaded bob weighs 858 pounds. But remember, you also had to put the jerry cans on top of the bob, so it increases the weight. to 1,208 pounds. For perspective, we are in Wisconsin. The Milwaukee Brewers starting lineup last night was 1,700 pounds. You are pulling essentially the entire Milwaukee Brewers team down the field one stroke at a time.
Love story time with Joel.
Load them up on there. I would love to see that
right.
across the field.
But in comparison, 708 kilos, that is a heavy shift for the 4 team members to get down the field. And probably a benefit they've got of going this early in the morning, that it's not too hot on the competition floor right now. Things will obviously heat up later on.
Invictus made this seem so easy.
Right, and we're seeing a couple different techniques on that log. So some athletes will pop up and have their chest upright and pop both feet over. Some are going to stay close and roll their legs over.
Jorge's doing it so easy. Watch this last log. Oh, come on, buddy.
In fairness, that was the shortest log.
I know, but no hamstring issues, obviously.
Move fast, lift heavy, making their way back into what will be their 3rd run, and this the final CrossFit Games appearance for Christian Harris, the team's captain, for the group based out of Long Island. Let's go down to Lauren Smith.
I spoke to Chris this morning and I asked him, is it a real retirement? And he laughed. He did nod his head and say, yes, I think so. But he's been such a key cog in the team's competition across the years. They currently sit in 4th. Now, the likelihood of them really challenging for podium with over a 100-point deficit on proven is slim. But this will be one of the strongest performances that, as individuals, they've collectively had, with Chloe Govin-David with 2 nights and a 5th over the years, and Chris Harris equaling his best games performance of 4th. So I can say we've had a really strong weekend for Move Fast, Lift Heavy.
Lauren, thank you. This is CrossFit, folks. You are retired when you are 6 feet under. I will believe that when Christian Harris doesn't sign up for the Open next year.
Well, I spoke to a lot of these teams and athletes coming into this week, and a lot of them, Alexis Johnson, Logan Collins from CrossFit Franco's Misfits, had mentioned this is their last go at this. And you know, it is so tough. Talking to them about it, it got them emotional, it got me emotional. It just, you pour your heart and soul into this, and to know this is your final go, you can't help but fight back those tears.
They made a documentary about Michael Jordan titled The Last Dance, and he played for the Wizards.
Okay, then I'm not so sad. We'll see them out here next year.
Jamie, while they're out on this run and coming back into North Park once again, the programming from competition director Adrian Bosman's been interesting because they can't really get comfortable in this test for a specific amount of time. It's very short. They're either carrying the jerry cans or they're jumping over or traversing the logs, then they're getting in, they're pulling, then they're going back and forward. So you can't really get into a rhythm. How does that work with your team dynamic when you're normally used to working in a rhythm?
I think what happens is if you train together enough, like Invictus does, they are all in-house, they train every single day together. They know each other so well, what their strengths, what their weaknesses are, so that I think it's easier to adjust on the fly and figure these apparatuses out.
Josh Alshama is from the United Kingdom, but he has been in Southern California for the better part of the last 2 years. This is an Invictus unit that is truly an Invictus affiliate team. Devin Kim began doing CrossFit at Invictus. Jorge Fernandez began doing CrossFit when he wandered in one day, quite literally off the street. This would be the first true, quote-unquote, affiliate team to win the CrossFit Games since CrossFit Invictus back in 2014. "25-minute time cap. Just past the 10:30 mark, and again, the jerry can carry is getting a little bit longer as that bob is pulled further and further toward the finish. Fastest bob pull, we're looking at 42-foot segments, 1 minute and 13 seconds. That belongs to OBA right now. And this is like school children at recess. Single file, almost unisonly spaced, one after the other, popping over these logs.
The log traverse really hasn't proven to be so much of a test, just some kind of an annoyance on the way from your jerry cans to your bob pull back to that run. But what I've really admired about these teams is that they have figured it out. The bob pull doesn't seem like too big of a task for them. They are going to think about getting their legs set up, reaching with their arms extended forward, all heaving back in one motion back with a big drive back with your legs and finishing with your arms. Almost similar to a row, but a very heavy waters over there.
Rowing in unison here for Invictus. This is round 3 of the bob pull, and the times are getting faster. Invictus has been caught up to by Trondheim They're now in second place with a 1 minute and 39 second 500-meter run in the middle of a test.
And thinking about the running they've done this weekend, this is a heavy 500 meters for 4 rounds. That's 2,000 meters of running that they'll be doing, which is not, that's a mile and a 400 on top of that. And that is quite a bit of running in the middle of this workout test.
Back over the log, traverses and out. Invictus comes into the final day looking for an opportunity to stomp on the throat. You're the overall leader, don't open the door and allow other people in, and that's exactly what's happening. The Sea of Green, your leaders in this test. East Nashville Proven is in 7th place. Oslo Navy Blue is in 5th place right now.
This is the first time we're seeing athletes, once they pull that bob past that first log traverse, they now have to get that jerry can over that log before they can jump over.
This is the only log where that is an obstacle, but it is a nice little added twist that Adrian Bosman threw in.
Joe, you mentioned that pressure, and you come into day 4 of competition, you've got a massive lead when you're Invictus, but if you just nail that home, that first test of the final day, everyone else just sort of sits back and goes, okay, we can't catch you. We see that so often in competition, but Invictus, they are looking outstanding.
Final run here for Invictus. This is a 4-round test. So 2,000 total meters of running, better than a mile by the end of the test. Then the jerry can carry. You've got to jump over the logs, and then that 42-foot synchro bob pole with this planted torture apparatus to either help or inhibit you in doing so that has been added into the mix this year by Rogue.
As Jamie said, depending on your fatigue level, you're either in really flat water or you're in deep water. Some of these teams really starting to struggle with that pull.
Lauren spotlighted move fast, lift heavy. Christian Harris's bunch is in 2nd place. You have Prestanda, the Swedish team, right behind them.
How can you retire when you look like that?
You can't. Speaking with Griffin Raleigh, he's a 2-time CrossFit Games athlete on the demo team this year, and it was very surprising for me to find out that he said he believes that this test can be won or lost in that run, because I think teams aren't surprised. They're surprised to know what pace you have to be able to hold on that.
This took the demo team 20-ish minutes. Griffin Raleigh didn't remember exactly what they did, but he said about 20 minutes. They finished under the cap. The teams at the front of the pack right now are going to finish way under the cap. 25 minutes with which to complete the work. This is the final round, still 10 minutes ahead of that final time. As Invictus makes the turn to come back into North Park for the final time.
CrossFit Invictus doing exactly what they need to do. Sometimes with running in the middle of a test, you think of that as a recovery almost, but CrossFit Invictus knows that they're pushing this pace, and if they want to win this whole thing and prove to stand at the top of the podium, they need to go at a hard effort on those runs.
Invictus is looking for test win number 3 if they can put this away. 2-minute and 22-second run in their 4th and final round. It's their slowest run so far, but by about 10 seconds. They're not losing a ton of pace at all. This would be test win number 9 in the history of Invictus. They've been here every year. There has been a team competition. Only affiliate that can claim that. 14th team appearance. CrossFit Fort Vancouver is 2nd with 10.
Jorge still got springs in those legs. Those jerry cans getting a little heavier as they progress down North Park. 25-minute time cap for second last test of the weekend. And there is no stopping Invictus.
Final bob pull. The guys up front, Jorge Fernandez on the left, Josh Alshama chalking up on the right, and here we go on this final 42-foot sled pull.
Another thing to keep in mind, the final athlete sitting at the back has got to deal with all that excess rope that is coming down the field as well, so you're probably going to be covered in rope.
This sled is almost to the finish line for Invictus, and there's not another team seated yet to begin pulling. We said it yesterday. How do you win the CrossFit Games? You got to come out here and get the job done. And on the final day of competition, with their lead cut into last night at the Coliseum, the Sea of Green from San Diego, Invictus looking for their second CrossFit Games championship. Ring the bell and answer it. You can see the judges waving them through. Hands in the air for Invictus. They will wear the leader's jersey heading into the final test at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
Out of the Viking boat and throwing down the Viking hammer. We are unstoppable.
Floodgates are now going to start to open. Move fast, lift heavy, done in 18:16. Festanda 2 seconds later. East Nashville proven, trying to wind up on the podium. Clinging on to a third place finish, East Nashville proven is now done in 18:28. Fourth place. Trondheim with their second best finish in 18:39. Oslo Navy Blue nowhere to be seen yet. Number 2 team in the overall standings, and no shortcuts will get in ahead of Oslo. Oh, points are evaporating, and there is Oslo Navy Blue, 8th place in just inside 19 minutes.
The nice thing about the cuts is that we are down to our final 20, so there is one heat of all 20. You know exactly where you are compared to all these other teams.
Smith brothers running together, competing together. First time they've been able to do that here at the CrossFit Games.
Exactly what a younger brother should be doing. Stick with the old guy.
Tell you what, from a visual standpoint, pretty darn cool to watch all those logs, all those rows. Raf Durand, Ethan Helbig for the Rhino Dogs, and you can see that drive back across the turf. Time cap should be no issue. The question comes down to how much you want to hurt. And the answer is a lot.
You see them immediately roll over. They are spent. This is a very taxing test all around on your central nervous system, all these big muscles, all the little muscles, as well as your biceps, as your lats, as you're pulling back on your legs.
There's Krypton. Second place as an affiliate. Alex Smith was on that team back in 2019. Talk about the domination in the team competition. Since teams went to teams of 4, that was the 2018 games, so 18, 19, 21, and 22. 12 possible podium spots. 4 affiliates have taken 10 of those podium spots. Krypton is one of them. Mayhem, Oslo, and Invictus are the other 3.
Well, we saw earlier in this week that CrossFit Krypton Ben Smith had suffered a small injury, maybe tweaked something in his knee a little bit, so you wonder how much that comes into play with all this running, the jumping, pushing back on that bobsled drag with your knees and your legs. So you see him gingerly coming around on that run, but was able to complete all of these jumps, and here giving it his all on these last final pulls.
Speaking to Griffin Rawley earlier, and he said the males were going to have to start at the front so they can take the brunt of the load. Surprised to see Ben front and center, but probably that's where you're going to be leading your team anyway.
And he's a former Games champion. You know, I bet he took that with pride. He's like, I'm going to be right up there in the front.
You're going to kick me out just yet, injury or not.
Carolyn Connors on the right, Aaron O'Donnell on the left, an individual Games athlete. A loaded North Park trying to encourage Krypton here to the finish line, and the clock will save you not. Cap is still 2.5 minutes away.
Jamie, going back over the last 3.5 days of competition, and you think of the tough tests that they have done, where does this compare visually?
This is going to be really, really tough on their core. You see them giving it everything they have. They're going to need this crowd to help them with their adrenaline to finish this workout, this test strong.
One of the most celebrated athletes in CrossFit Games history, 11 times as an individual for Ben Smith. The 2015 fittest man on earth, and for the final time, he competes with a stage to his own at the end of this test here at North Park in Madison. The Games moving on after 2023. And exhausted is the way Ben Smith goes out in Madison with his team finished in 23:10 unofficial.
I don't think he'd want it any other way, would he? Empty the tank. It's day 4.
It's been a great test getting outside of the gym and testing your fitness. We've seen our traditional lifts, we've seen our traditional CrossFit, but this is going to be odd objects. What can you do with your fitness outside of the gym?
They don't even look hurt.
Tough obstacles and a tough second last test for the team competition. Hands and knees, whatever you need to do.
Very military reminiscent, right? The jerry
Very
can.
much so, but part of teamwork. Invictus, you can hear the pull. Surprised I didn't go with the word stroke. But plenty in the tank and plenty of spring in their step, getting over the obstacles. And teamwork. This is the true test of teamwork, and Invictus cannot be stopped.
A day after the birthday of the Invictus founder and owner, CJ Martin. Happy birthday, Coach. Another test win for Invictus. Down to Lauren. She, though, is with Move Fast, Lift Heavy.
Yes, a test win for Invictus, but an unofficial second for Move Fast, Lift Heavy. You came into the day, Will, having locked into that 4th spot. Obviously, a lot needs to happen if you're to make that chase for a podium, but this can't hurt. What was key to success in that workout?
Definitely working together as a team. You know, we felt pretty good on the run. In the workout, we started to push that a little bit, and then came in here and attack all the implements and just staying together, staying in unison, and attacking the workout together.
Chloe, you have been a multiple teams Games athlete. You know what it takes to work together. What's been the secret behind this team and your cohesiveness?
I think definitely to start, you have to have a solid individual athletes. So these 3 are just amazing. Like pairing up with them to start is gold. And then coming together, so much team experience. It took 2 seconds and we were a team.
Winter. When I spoke to Chris earlier, he thought to traverse those obstacles, he was going to need to rely on his height. But you girls had no problem at all. How much of an advantage did you feel that gave you?
Oh my God, a lot. Coming from like our backgrounds, I played basketball, I love jumps, so it was fun. It was like just a little obstacle course, like a little girl in the playground. So.
Now, Chris, last night on Instagram, you announced your retirement, the young age of 34 years old. How big of a decision is that to make for an athlete to say, you know what, after all of this fun we've had, it's time to call time?
Well, it's not only mine, but it's Chloe's as well. But it's just been a long time in the sport. You know, I've been doing this since 2011, and you know, I want to focus on the family and the kids, the businesses, and not spending 7 hours in the gym every day will allow me to do that. So it's very emotional being out here, you know, just taking this all in for the one last time. I'm just honored and humbled to be able to step out here one last time.
And the rightful cheers from Chris and Chloe, and for Move Fast, Lift Heavy. Back to you, Joel.
Lauren, thank you. Second place for Move Fast, Lift Heavy in that test as they try to make it onto the podium. And Christian and Chloe's final games appearance as of now. 17:46 is the best time by Invictus. Prestanda in third. Oslo Navy Blue was in eighth as they tried to do their best to catch Invictus. Krypton rounds out our 20 teams competing on our final day of competition. Another test still to come, though, for the teams, and we've got more tests for the individuals with the tightest races we've seen in years here in Madison. Who is going home as the fittest on earth? That's a question we'll have the answer to by the time we go to sleep tonight. Don't go to sleep before then. Roll on with us in Madison. Games.crossfit.com has all the information you need to know to stay up to date.
The official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. GoWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. G-Shock, challenge your limits. The official watch of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Trifecta, eat like you train. And Wild Health. Winning is in your DNA. Unleash it with Wild Health.
We're going to wrap up this warm-up, but before we do that, let's welcome Christian to our class today. You can do it.
I can do
We talk a lot about community with CrossFit. I think for a lot of people, their first introduction to the community is inside their affiliate, where they build relationships with people, they sweat together, they suffer together, and they build, in many cases, lifelong friendships. The community exists in events like this, and coming together, I think, is really important, where you get all of these different essential and important parts of the community. What makes CrossFit so special come together and create this incredibly magical experience. So you walk around an event like the semis, and obviously we see these incredible athletes on the floor showing us what's possible, inspiring so many people to get involved with CrossFit, to give it a chance. You see the coaches who are there, who, without whom these life-changing results for these great athletes, but also members of the community, wouldn't be possible. There's the affiliate owners. How many of our athletes, members of our community, their journey starts in their local affiliate with that owner and their coaches who are willing to invest the time and the energy to help change people's lives. It's the volunteers, men and women behind the scenes who are coming together to put on this extraordinarily complicated and incredible event that is so inspiring for so many people. And there's us at CrossFit at headquarters, hopefully playing a role in bringing all those amazing parts of the community together in a celebration of CrossFit. And without all of those individual parts working in harmony, sometimes with a little tension, that's part of what makes it interesting, none of this happens. And so these events are such an amazing reminder of a manifestation of the community that exists outside the affiliate, that brings those 14,000 gyms that we have changing lives all around the world together in a moment of celebration.
We are 3 tests away from crowning the fittest on earth. One is known. The last 2 have yet to be revealed. Welcome inside the North Park here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin for the final day of competition at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Test number 10 of 12 coming up next. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Mike Arsenault down on the field. Your overall standings coming into the final day, and we have a battle on top of the overall leaderboard. Roman Krennikov still has the overall lead with 716 points. But man, things can change in a day.
Oh, buddy, Sean, we got here in 2 different ways. Jeffrey Adler came swinging at the king yesterday. Roman just had a rough day. It wasn't a clean run. Sean, he talked about that 100-point lead, runs to the rower instead of the box. He just lost his head yesterday. Meanwhile, Jeff Adler was a man possessed all day long. Sean, he comes out in the same day, gets 2nd in the 5K and 4th in the Olympic total. By the way, he won Helena. You talk about classic all-around fitness. That's on display with Jeff Adler.
And as a result, Adler shaved 87 points off Roman Krennikov's lead from yesterday, and now is only 13 points back. Chandler Smith is clinging to the 3rd and final spot on the podium. He is only 16 points up on Pat Vellner. Brent Fikowski and Jay Crouch, along with Bailey Martin, are all lurking. Test number 10, it's muscle up logs.
And if I was Roman, this is not the event I wanted to start the day off. 5 rounds for time, 7 muscle ups, and then 1 sandbag over 3 ascending height logs. 4 rounds with the 150. In the last round, that big red 200-pound bag.
Lane assignments. We have all 20 men who remain after the final cut last night on the field, and Jeff Adler and Roman Krennikov will be lining up right next to each other in lanes 10 and 11. And for more, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Sean. You mentioned that this is the final day of competition. The season actually started in February with the CrossFit Games Open. Over 300,000 people signed up for the Open for an opportunity to make it to the CrossFit Games. After the cuts last night, we're left with 20 men and 20 women, 0.01% of the athletes that we started with. This is the tip of the spear, and I, for one, cannot wait to see who will be crowned fittest on earth later today.
There is Jeff Adler, who since finishing 15th in the inverted medley to close out Thursday night, has yet to finish lower than 8th and is now just 13 points back of that man, Roman Krennikov, who has worn the leader's jersey ever since the 2nd test. We are underway. We start with the 7 muscle-ups.
And Sean, I talked about how this is not the test Roman would want to see coming in this morning. And the reason for that is if there's one hole in Krennikov's game over the last couple of years, it has been events that have high volume muscle ups. If you look back at the Rogue Invitational last year, very similar format. It had 7 rounds of 7 muscle ups and then goblet squats with some running in between. He finished 17th out of a field of 20. Guess who got 3rd? Mr. Jeffrey Adler.
Just about every athlete getting into the bags at the same time. Now they have to put the bag over, move themselves over. The way to think of this is anytime they encounter something in their way, they have to go over it. That includes on the way back to the ring. Justin Medeiros is out front along with Pat Vellner, Adler, and Roman Krennikov.
We talked about that event at Rogue this past October. Guess who won that event? Mr. Pat Vellner. We're at the North Park. An unsung hero yesterday as far as his competition goes, sitting in 3rd overall. We're at the North Park. We're on Sunday. That screams Pat Vellner.
Yellow Hosta and Pat Vellner will be the 2 men who get back for round number 2. First, Adler and Krennikov and Jonakowski are right behind them. Recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. What do you got?
No wasted movement. This is an extremely fast test, faster than people may think. These are long straps on the rings. You can't rush the muscle up. You'll get out of control. Same with the bags. And if I can quote the great Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park, must go faster, must go faster.
There are 10 reps in every round, 50 total scored repetitions. As now Pat Vellner is off.
And Sean, we looked at the test itself. It's got two elements in here. It's got the ring muscle-ups and it's got the bag. But there's a third element that isn't on paper, and that's the run. That's the carries. They are going the length of the North Park field down and back every single round. So these elements in between the logs actually have a dramatic impact on the fatigue in this test.
Now, Pat Vellner and Jelle Hosta, along with Jeff Adler and Roman Krennikov, are leading the way. Jonakoski is there as well. There goes Vellner onto the third and final log. That's 5.5 feet tall. The logs increase in height from 4 to 5 and 5.5 feet. And that'll close out round 2 for Pat Vellner, who's coming off a tie for 12th in the Olympic total, but prior to that, he won the intervals, his first test win of this competition, and he has been making his traditional climb up the leaderboard after putting himself in an early hole again.
Well, not just won the intervals, Sean, he dismantled the intervals. There was nobody even close to Pat Vellner. And we talked about the speed of this test. This is a sub 7 minute or sub 10 minute test. So when you look at intervals, about the same pace. When you look at Helena, about the same pace. So no surprise to see Vellner in the lead so far.
Round 3 of 5 has begun. G-Shock is giving you the chance to win a new G-Shock watch, a CrossFit Level 1 seminar, and more than $400 in CrossFit swag. Terms and conditions apply. Now keep in mind, with just 20 athletes in the field, the scoring has changed, so it is easier to make up points in bigger chunks. For a win, you get 100 points. For second place, you get 95. For third, you get 90.
But in that same vein, Sean, it's also easier to lose massive amounts of points, and that's something that Roman needs to be very careful of. Though he's hanging tight with your top guys here, so that's a good look for Roman.
That's two Canadians leading the way, Pat Vellner and Jeff Adler right next to each other on round 3 with that 150-pound, 68-kilo bag. The final bag, the red bag, increases to 200 pounds.
And at the very end, Sean, not only do you have to get the bag over the height of that log, which is 5.5 feet, which is about the same height as your top athletes in this field, they have to carry the bag across the finish line.
Vellner and Adler lead. Jelle Hosta sits in 4th, followed by Roman Krennikov, and it's Jonakoski, the man on your screen right now, who is in 3rd. Koski won the opening test back on Thursday. It's the 3rd time in his career he has won the first test of the CrossFit Games.
Let's keep in mind the totality of the gymnastics pulling movements these athletes have had to go through over the last 3 days. Day 1, 50 chest to bar pull-ups, 100 toes to bar, 16 bar pullovers. Day 2, 36 bar muscle-ups, 6 legless rope climbs. I mean, they're going into their 4th round. That's 28 muscle-ups they're having to do so far with 7 more to go.
Pat Vellner only has 2 left at the 37 rep mark. He'll head back to the bag, and Roman Krennikov is falling off the pace here. And if this stands, Jeff Adler will erase the remainder of the deficit he has to Roman Krennikov and could be your overall leader.
Keep your eye on Jonakoski just to the right of Adler and Vellner. He is keeping pace with them. And remember, Jonakoski actually set the test record worldwide in the weighted muscle-up test for semifinals. So this guy has some incredible pulling endurance.
Well, Jonakoski now is starting to gain some ground on Vellner and Adler and is pulled even with them. So we have a 3-way tie for first at this point. Jelle Hosta is right behind them. And Roman Krennikov there in the white and red shorts heading to the 2nd log.
Jelle Hosta's biggest weapon here is actually the sandbag. His cycle rate on the muscle-ups will not be as fast as the other guys, but he's so tall, he just has to throw it right over the top. So that's where he's making ground on the other 3 athletes.
Jonakoski has now taken the lead ahead of Vellner and Adler.
Now, in saying that, Sean, we're coming up to the last round. Now the bag goes from 150 to 200 pounds. And if Jelle Hosta is only 6 to 7 seconds behind these top 3 guys, not only is he gonna have the advantage on the logs on the back end, but with that weight and his height, that actually could be the difference maker for Jelle Hosta.
Well, Chandler Smith is on the left side of your screen, and he is trying to hold off Pat Vellner for that final spot on the podium and only leads him by 16 points. And right now, Chandler Smith is in 9th place in this heat.
Sean, I don't know if
Jonakoski and Jeff Adler are off. Jonakoski now hoisting up the 200-pound bag. Adler is right there with him. Here comes Jelle Hosta.
Watch Hosta. He's going to be able to get it over the log easier than anybody and get over easier. Well, I say easier, and he biffs it right there with the first log.
And now Adler is slightly ahead of Janikowski. And remember, they have to go over that final log and carry that bag across the finish. So Adler is now in front of Janikowski and staring at a test win here and maybe the overall lead. Roman Krenikov right now is in 5th place, tied with Pat Vellner. Koski is over. Adler has the bag up. And Jeff Adler is going to win and possibly lead with 2 tests remaining.
But check on the right side of your screen, Sean. Roman Krenikov actually should be getting a top 5 finish here, so that is a great finish for what would have been a bad test for Roman.
Now Hosta is in, which means Krenikov is going to take 4th. And that means that Jeff Adler just picked up 30 points on Krenikov and should lead him now by 27. That's unofficial going into test number 2. Vellner, Medeiros, and Pepper have all finished as well. And Chandler Smith is in. Now keep in mind that race between Chandler Smith and Pat Vellner. So Vellner's going to finish 5th. I misspoke about Adler. He's going to pick up 15, so he'll lead by 2. That's unofficial. So Pat Vellner finishes 5th. He's going to earn 80 points. Chandler Smith takes 9th. That's a difference of 20. So right now, unofficially, it looks like Pat Vellner has moved himself into a spot on the podium.
For the final time. And it's done. Here comes Noah Olsen. From lane number 20, Uldis Upniks.
Here comes Uldis Upniks. Colton Mertens, and I believe that is Bailey Martin. Sorry, that's Jay Crouch who's out there with Colton Mertens. There's Noah Olsen.
Now Colton Mertens is walking up to a log that is an inch taller than him. It is absolutely incredible what Mertens is able to do out here. It speaks to his fitness level.
And there goes Colton Mertens. And the crowd always appreciates his effort as he is in. And Jay Crouch is done. And that will close it out. Jeff Adler looks to have a razor-thin lead on top of the overall standings with now 2 tests remaining. Another quote from Jurassic Park. Hold on to your butts.
What a finish here, and listen, with a lot of finishing places all across the board here in this test, based off the placing we had coming in, that leaderboard is going to get compressed massively in your top 3.
Let's take you back to the final bag here in the race between Adler and Koski.
Adler having a slight height advantage on Koski, a little bit stronger as well. And I tell you what, a little bit more highly motivated to get to the finish line. Adler came into this test wearing blue, but he's going full Canada with the red and white after this test.
Jeff Adler, his 2nd test win of these CrossFit Games, looks to be your overall leader, and he is with Mike Arsenault.
Jeff, 100 points here on test number 10. You've had 8 consecutive finishes inside the top 10. How have you been able to create performances that just appear to have no weaknesses whatsoever?
I don't know, man. I'm sending it. That's it. I had an understanding with Pat. I wanted him to help me. So it was a good battle with Pat. It was fun. And then just sent it with Koski to the line.
Can you just dive into that a little bit more? What do you mean? What type of agreement did you have with Pat coming out on the field?
I need help. Roman's too fit.
So the Canadians are teaming up. There's a very good chance, unofficially, that you're going to have the white jersey on for the first time in your CrossFit Games career. 2 events remaining. Is there enough left in the tank to bring this home?
I guess so, but I'm scared. that jersey is heavy on my shoulders. That's for sure.
We'll see if that added weight impacts you on the final two tests. Jeff Adler, congratulations.
Thank you.
Jeff Adler continues to charge here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games and picks up 100 points and another win and looks to be your overall leader heading into the final two tests of Sunday. Women coming up next. Test 10. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues in Madison, Wisconsin.
Know the feeling? Know the feeling.
This is the guy right here that I told you about, all right? This guy, when anyone walks in here and they tell me, I can't do this, I'm like, this is the guy. Go talk to Henry.
When I think of CrossFit, I think of Henry. And when we opened these doors, that's the person that I wanted to serve.
The day I walked into CrossFit Mentality, I could not air squat to a 45-pound plate on top of an 18-inch box. You could imagine what it was like for me to just get out of a chair, stand up.
I remember him telling me that he hadn't climbed a ladder at work and he couldn't even remember when. And even going downstairs, he was holding on to the railing and going down sideways.
At that time, I really thought that this is what getting older was, you know, and obviously I was very wrong.
There you go. So instead of pulling right to here, I want you to try to pull a little bit higher across your chest. There you go. Let's get one more big pull. Nice, and relax.
I think the most important thing when you have somebody that's walking into your gyms is you got to build the trust, and you got to explain to them what your goal is. And when Henry came in, I told him, this is gonna change your life, but you need to trust me and you need to show up.
He happened to be in the lobby when I came in to basically sign up for my on-ramp, and he just had a short 30 seconds with me, but he said something to me that I'll never forget. He was asking me how I feel and why I'm here, and I told him I have some bad knees and maybe we could correct it. And he looked at me and said, you stick around here long enough and you probably won't need knee replacements, and the man was correct.
Focus today is going to be trying to improve our positioning on our squats. So what we really want to do is get the ankle nice and warmed up along with the hips and everything else. And then the more we can get this elbow down towards this toe, you can see that knee's starting to track out. And that's what's going to open that up for that overhead squat here today. Dude, you're clearing your feet so well now. Like, that looks easy. That looks easy, bro. That looks easy. That's what I'm talking about.
He's always got a smile on his face now. And I think he's just happier and hungrier than ever, because once he started to see that progression happen, it was so life-changing. He's like, I want more, I want more, I want more. And he just kept investing and doubling down.
Oh, now you're just showing off. That is awesome. Nice, dude. All right, so look at the difference here now. All right, and then even on this next one, when you brought your hands overhead, that was...
I didn't want to scab my nose. I mean, when I came to Mentality, it was like I jumped on a train and all that just changed. And every day was better. You know, all of a sudden I could do this, and all of a sudden I could do that.
One more set, last one.
Getting to see the progress over 5 years of just non-stop work, showing up, not missing, and doing the things that he needs to do, and then getting to see how it changed his life. That to me is like winning the CrossFit Games.
Cool. Well, that's all I got for you.
Okay.
Good job.
Thanks, buddy.
Meu nome é Hildon Carvalho, atleta adaptado Low Extreme.
My name is Hildon Carvalho. I'm an adaptive athlete, Low Extremity Division.
Coloquei todo o meu trabalho, toda a nossa estratégia, dedicação, tudo que a gente veio trabalhando há vários meses atrás, coloquei tudo isso em prática nessa semana.
I put all my work, all my training, everything we practiced, we trained before, I put it all into play this week.
Meu nome é Laísa Santana, eu sou proprietária e head coach da CrossFit Park Extreme, localizada em Brasília, na capital do Brasil.
My name is Laísa Santana, I'm head coach and owner of CrossFit Park Extreme, located in Brasília, Brazil.
Eu sinto muito orgulho do que ele conquistou.
I'm very proud of his achievement.
A transformação que o CrossFit e o CrossFit Games causou na vida dele.
All the changes that CrossFit and the CrossFit Games will make it to his life.
Além de ter transformado ele como pessoa, como ser humano.
Even changing him as a human being.
Me transformou como pessoa e como treinadora.
Changed me as a person and as a coach.
Tenho orgulho da medalha, mas não é isso que é o principal.
I'm proud of the medal, but that's not what it's all about.
Para ele estar aqui hoje, todos os meus alunos se mobilizaram para custear a nossa viagem.
For him to be here today, we got everybody from the affiliate to chip in and pay for his trip to come here.
300 pessoas vivendo o sonho de uma.
300 people living the dream of one person.
Desde conseguir o visto para os Estados Unidos,
since getting the visa to get in the USA,
a gente já sabia que era o primeiro combate.
We knew that was our first battle.
Não tem cor de pele.
It's not about his skin color.
Não tem dinheiro.
He doesn't have money.
Mas tem amor.
But he has love.
E a gente está aqui.
And we made it here.
E aqui somos todos iguais.
And everybody is the same here.
If the women's race is half as exciting as the men's race, we are in for a treat here. Inside the North Park for test number 10 as we kick off the final day of competition for the individuals here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Stacy Tovar, and Nikki Brazier is down on the field. And it has been a two-woman battle for the top of the overall leaderboard since Friday night. Emma Lawson and Laura Horvath trading the white leaders jersey, and right now it's Lawson with 729 points. She has a 48-point cushion on Laura Horvath, and it's Ariel Lowen hanging on to the third and final spot on the podium, 42 points up on former leader Alexis Raptis. And Emma Lawson has been impressive, Stacy, and she could be the youngest Games champion in history.
At just 17 years old, she sure can be. All top 15 finishes. Her and Horvath have been trading that white leaders jersey all year long. Excuse me, Emma Lawson is 18 years old. Let me correct that. She proves she is fast. She proves she is strong. She blew everyone away in that interval workout yesterday. Horvath, we know she loves to move weight, Sean. She won the Olympic total last night. 265-pound clean and jerk. But how is she going to do on the ring muscle-ups?
Yeah, test number 10 is the muscle-up logs. You got to do some grunt work here along with some gymnastics.
5 rounds for time, 7 ring muscle-ups, 1 sandbag over 3 of those logs that happen to ascend in height down the field. 100-pound bag, there's 4 of them, and the final, that red one, 125 pounds.
Recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. What will you be looking for here?
No wasted movement. And you must go faster. You must go faster.
You got to race this thing. Let's send it down to the third member of our broadcast crew, Nikki Brazier.
Now the sandbag weights may be a little bit lighter for the women here, but the log heights are exactly the same as they were for the men. This final log, as you can see, just a little bit shorter than me at 5 feet 5 inches. Now for the team division that just completed the similar test, we saw a lot of the men help by hoisting their women up and over this log, but the individual competitors down here on the floor today will not have that advantage. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the women get stuck at this high final log.
All 20 women will be out on the field together, and the overall leaders will be right in the middle. Ariel Lowen, your third place woman right now, will be in lane number 9. Overall leader Emma Lawson will be in lane number 10. And then Laura Horvath in second place, 48 points back of Emma Lawson.
10 seconds. Stand by.
We are underway. We start with the 7 ring muscle-ups. 5 total rounds here in this test for a total of 50 scored repetitions.
NOBULL CrossFit Games. They are working on 5 rounds of 7 muscle-ups, and then those sandbags over the log.
Ring muscle-ups are something every individual woman is familiar with. However, how do they train on a 20-foot Zeus rig? Sean, that's the real question. They can get out of control real easy and start swinging if you're not careful.
Emma Lawson and Ariel Lowen and Alex Kazan among the leaders, along with Emma Tall and Karin Freyova.
Now this first log here is 4 feet tall. As they make their way to the second log, it is 5 feet tall. And then that final log, 5 foot 5 inches. For some ladies, that's well over 2 inches, their height.
Well, Alex Kazan and Laura Horvath are your leaders as they approach that 5.5 foot log with the 100-pound bag, and no problem for them. And Horvath and Kazan will work their way back now for round number 2.
Kazan was a little bit faster off the ring muscle-ups. Round 1.
Well, Emma Carey has moved up as well as she is hustling back to the ring. So Carey is now past Kazan, and Carey looks to be the first woman back to the rings. Emma Carey coming in 8th place overall.
These ladies have done 50 chest to bar pull-ups. They did 36 bar muscle-ups, 6 legless rope climbs, and now they've got 35 ring muscle-ups ahead of them today.
Now Emma Carey is back to the bag for the second time. Alex Kazan, Laura Horvath behind her, followed by Emma Lawson and Ariel Lowen. Danielle Brandon is off, along with Paige Powers and Elisa Fuliano. Horvath is up and over.
Sean, you forget about the running element in this test, you know? We talk about running with a 20-pound and a 14-pound vest during hero workouts, but these ladies are hauling a 100-pound sandbag on their shoulder, dumping it over a log that might be taller than them.
Laura Horvath is now in front. She looks to be the first woman to that third and final log, 5.5 feet. 45 kilos, 100 pounds in that bag. And now Alex Kazan will be the second woman to finish, and Laura Horvath will head back to start round 3.
Horvath, 5'7", 154 pounds. Walking between logs to shake out those arms. We know she's maybe not the best in the field at ring muscle ups, so this is a strategic move from her.
Here comes Emma Carey, who continues to make up time here on this transition. And we were talking earlier to competition director Adrian Bosman. He said it's kind of surprising to these athletes how much distance they have to cover during this test, and they often overlook that element of it.
Yeah, for real. The field is not short. There's a lot of ground being covered.
G-Shock is giving you a chance to win a new G-Shock watch, a CrossFit Level 1 seminar, and more than $400 in CrossFit swag. Scan the QR code on your screen now. Terms and conditions apply. Laura Horvath back in the lead. Starting to separate herself from the field here in round 3 of 5. Now Paige Powers has moved up. Paige Powers in second place, along with Emma Carey and Alex Kazan. So Laura Horvath coming into this event with a 48-point deficit that she needs to make up on Emma Lawson. If she wins, she would pick up 100 points. In order to erase that in one fell swoop, she would need Lawson to finish outside the top 10.
Horvath did place 6th at the Rogue Invitational in the goblet event. Our girl Emma Lawson, the leader there in the white sports bra, happened to take 1st.
Horvath is up and over the final log, and now she will head back for round 4. Paige Powers just dropped the bag off her shoulder. She's got to hoist that thing back up.
Horvath walking in between logs again. Behind her, bottom of your screen was Kazan, kind of lightly jogging.
There is Emma Lawson, your overall leader, who right now sits in 5th place in this heat.
You don't really think about it, Sean, but they essentially have to do almost a bar muscle up over each and every one of these logs to get up and over. So you're accumulating many reps between each of these rounds, 15.
Laura Horvath is back to the rings for her 4th round of 7 muscle ups at the 37 rep mark. She'll drop down and go back to bag number 4.
You see a huge hip pop, leading with the hips, kicking the feet behind her to help elevate her to a lockout position on top of the rings. Again, the rings are hanging from a 20-foot rig, Rogue Zeus.
And Laura Horvath is assaulting this test, and she is starting to really separate herself from the field.
She has to, Sean. 48 points behind our leader, Emma Lawson. Starting to pick up the pace a little bit.
Horvath is up and over, and remember, she's also trying to hold off Ariel Lowen, who is only 13 points back of her for 2nd place. And right now, Lowen sits in 3rd in this heat.
Laura Horvath is about to lap Alexis Raptis. Alexis Raptis in the previous round could not get her last sandbag over the 5'5" log, and you see Alexis Raptis can't even clean the sandbag to her shoulder right now, Sean. Just blasted.
Well, Raptis is the only other woman besides Horvath and Lawson to wear the leader's jersey, and Laura Horvath is now heading back for her 5th and final round, as Emma Lawson has just started her sandbag portion of round 4.
We knew this might happen. She was going to be better on the ring, Sean. However, she took 9th in ski bag, and Laura Horvath took 1st in that event.
Laura Horvath has a history of doing very well here in the North Park in tests that involve just pure grunt work. Lawson is up and over the 2nd log. Horvath all by herself. First place. Alex Gazan is now just walking back to the rig to start her final round.
She's got her eye on Horvath. Emma Lawson, 5'5", 140 pounds. We talked about Laura being 2 inches taller, 14 pounds heavier. When you're carrying odd objects over a tall object, that's significant.
Well, Horvath, final muscle up, she's done, and now the weight on the bag will increase. 125 pounds, 56 kilos, and Laura Horvath is looking at yet another test win here at the CrossFit Games. She already has 3, including a win yesterday in the Olympic total. She and Emma Lawson, between the two of them, have won 5 of the 9 tests here so far.
Alex Gazan with 1 ring muscle up to go behind her. Laura handling that red bag, no problem. This second log here, 5 foot tall.
Well, the good thing about having everybody out on the field at the same time, Horvath can take her time here. She does not need to hurry.
But right behind her, Gazan, no problem getting that red bag over the log.
Alex Gazan right now is in second place, but she is over 1 of the 3 logs. Now Horvath over the final log. She's got to climb up and over and lug that bag across the finish line.
And Horvath can't get a bar muscle up technique.
So Horvath's got to get up and over any way she can, and she will. This should be no problem across the finish line as Laura Horvath looks to pick up her 4th test win, an inch closer to the top of the overall standings. And now we will wait and see what Emma Lawson can do. So 100 points will go to Laura Horvath. She had to carve 48 off of that lead by Lawson. Now Alex Gazan sits in second. She's going to get herself across the finish line. She'll pick up 95 points. Gazan coming in 6th place overall, looking to punch into the top 5. So Ariel Lowen looks to be the next woman to finish. She's towards the top of your screen. Now Paige Powers is dead even with Emma Lawson.
Lowen
is on the left side of your screen, up and over.
Lowen, 5 foot 3 inches tall. This log is 5'5", Sean.
Here comes Emma Lawson, trying to put some pressure on Ariel Lowen. Lowen is already up and over. Lawson had to move a bag out of the way as Lowen's gonna get across. So Lowen's gonna take 3rd. Here comes Paige Powers in 4th. Now Emma Tall is gonna finish, and here comes Emma Lawson. So Lawson is going to take 6th place. That's 75 points. So Laura Horvath carving 25 off of that 48-point lead. Lawson will still be your overall leader. Elisa Fuliano at the bottom of your screen, having some trouble with that bag over the final log. Here come Emma Carey, Katrin David's daughter, as well. Fuliano's really struggling with that bag, as is Emma Carey. Here come Shelby Neal and Katrin David's daughter. David's daughter has the bag up and over. And Katrin David's daughter, as you take a look at Gabby McGowan, David's daughter is gonna get in. McGowan took 8th, Danielle Brandon took 7th. Shelby Neal and Elisa Fuliano both still struggling with the bags. Karin Freyova is now in. Alexis Raptis just hoisted her bag up and over. Emma Carey is now across in a race with Annie Thoris' daughter. As you can just see the struggle here, that's Olivia Kerstetter, the youngest woman in the field at 17 years old. And now Raptis is in. We still have 6 competitors out on the floor. Shelby Neal and Elisa Fuliano have finally gotten their bags over. Neal is across. At the far end of the field, that was Emily Rolfe who just came in. Now Olivia Kerstetter comes across the finish line. There's Bethany Flores, who's going to be our last woman out on the field. been dealing with a lot of back issues this season.
She has, and this is an odd object just compressing on that spine, Sean. She's not a tall athlete either, so she's just kind of handling it. She's got her belt around her waist, you know, as best as she possibly can. Let's not forget, this is test number 10. She's done 9 tests prior to this one.
Bethany Flores will get across. Paige Semenza is still out there. That is Paige Semenza. She will be the last one to finish. Semenza needs to hurry up here to get inside that 13 minutes. Up and over, and now less than 10 to go. She might make it. And she does. The entire field gets in inside the 13-minute time cap. Laura Horvath picks up her 4th test win and moves closer to that woman, Emma Lawson, shaving 25 points off of the 48-point lead that Lawson had.
Lawson was ahead early, Sean. No problem on the ring muscle-ups. Couple seconds ahead of Laura Horvath. Didn't take long before Laura got a hold of those sandbags and made a move. Rings were not a problem, 7 unbroken, walked between logs, got a hold of that red bag, hoisted it up the 5'5" log, and crossed the finish line first.
4th test win of these CrossFit Games for Laura Horvath, 8:41.22 seconds. Alex Kazan, Ariel Lowen, Paige Powers, Emma Tall, all helping out her cause. And then Emma Lawson doing some damage control, finishing in 6th place. So send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Laura, you are making an absolute charge up the leaderboard. When it comes to a test like this and these strongman-inspired implements, what do you do to prepare for things like this?
Well, I train a lot of strongman stuff. We use sandbags all the time at Krypton, so I use it a bunch, and I was excited to see it again.
Last night during the weightlifting event, we talked about you saying some words to yourself, talking to yourself, being really focused. When it comes to the final events of the CrossFit Games, what do you tell yourself ahead of time?
I'm just going to take it one band by one, focus on the handed task, and then we'll see where I go with that.
Congratulations. Thank
you so much. Thank you.
Another test win for Laura Horvath, and the margin gets even smaller with just 2 tests remaining before we crown the fittest woman on earth. Coverage continues here. Stay with us, everybody, at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games are presented by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Jocko Go and Jocko Molt, the official energy drink and the official ready-to-drink protein shake of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Wild Health, winning is in your DNA. Unleash it with Wild Health. And Momentous, the official supplements and sports nutrition partner of CrossFit.
That's it, Carolyn. Don't forget to use your legs. 3 more.
They say that CrossFit is not for everyone, but it's for anyone. The thing is, people make an incorrect assumption that it's not for them based on self-limiting beliefs, based on things that they assume from social media or society, and that is what's absolutely not the case. You just have to find the right CrossFit that matches with your values and feels like a good place to be, and you'll find your tribe and your community of people.
When these athletes are working against their peers at the CrossFit Games, they know that they're also testing or working out against or doing an event next to the fittest in the world.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light, to no weight, to odd object, to traditional objects, to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to. And the games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong or people that were fast or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they were good at. And they showed up in the environment and you could very quickly see like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit, this constant, very functional, it's executed at high intensity, this thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
We are 2 tests away from crowning the fittest man and woman on earth here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. 10 tests are down. Tests 11 and 12 will take place inside the Coliseum here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Test number 11 is the parallel bar pull. They're back.
The parallel bars are back. The sled pull from semifinals are back, and they are extremely heavy. 8 rounds down and back on the P-bars, 30 heavy double unders, and a hand-over-hand pulling section.
Recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta.
4 days, 11 tests, shoulders, biceps, and forearms. Oh my, they are going to be tested here. And the long rope is the tough rope. Look at the length we have on this rope with one of the heaviest sleds we've ever pulled. It's going to be tough on that 5th set.
There will be 10 men out on the competition floor for this first of 2 heats, and a man we didn't expect to see in the opening heat at this portion of the competition is Justin Medeiros. He is in lane 7, and for more on him, let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
That's right, Sean. The reign of our 2-time defending champion is over. Justin Medeiros in heat number 1 with 2 events remaining, so he will not be defending his title for a 3rd time. He has been a model of consistency during his championship winning years. This year, 3 places of 29th or worse. I talked to him before this event. He's going to enjoy the rest of the competition, and now he's fueled to come back even stronger for 2024.
Noah Olson may not be coming back to individual competition in 2024. This is his 10th straight appearance at the CrossFit Games. He's currently 16th overall. Said he's thinking about going team next year. We're underway. We have to go down and back.
And then we have a
parallel bars.
Then we have a pirouette on the backside. You can't use your feet for assistance, or you have to start all over again.
And now we get to the 30 double unders with that heavy rope. There's Oldest Upniks working through his reps. There are 32 reps per round, 8 rounds total for 256. Will Morad right now is through 26 and counting. He's your early leader along with Lazar Jukic.
Now at the halfway point, they extend the rope again. This will be the hardest pull for all the athletes because of the length of the rope that they have to pull. It'll get easier and easier as the sled gets closer just because it's easier to put tension in the length of that rope.
This is the first sled pull, 345 pounds, 156 kilos. On that sled, they have to pull it to the first red section. And everyone is just about done with that. It was Will Morad, along with Lazar Jukic and Nick Matthew.
And this transfer, or this pirouette, is very challenging, really because your body is in the way of the turn. A lot of times you'll see pirouettes in the Olympics, and the athletes are inverted. And it's crazy to say that an inverted pirouette is easier than this, but technically, if you have the proficiency, it actually is.
Justin Medeiros is one of the final men to get to that.
And Medeiros just slips up here on the bar. Now he didn't come down, so he did. He put his feet down, and that's just kind of sums up his weekend.
There's Will Morad, who's your leader, and he has reached the end of his 2nd sled pull. He and Spencer Panchik now, along with Sam Quant, Lazar Jukic, Noah Olson, and Jake Crouch.
His pirouette,
parallel bar traverse.
His pirouette is so quick, and that's what you need. The reason why people slow is they don't have confidence or they get nervous, but a slower pirouette is actually a worse one because you got to sit on one bar all by yourself. And it's a blind turn. You're turning in reverse, so that's another challenge of this pirouette on the parallel bars.
The 95 rep mark is when Will Morad and Spencer Panchik will start their sled pulls. Now they will pull in another section.
And Sean, we talked about at the top, and our recipe for success is we said shoulders, we said biceps, we said forearms and grip. It's not like they haven't had this taxed all weekend long, including this morning, 35 ring muscle ups, bags over the logs. And it's just going to compound round after round. 8 total rounds in this test. Look at the quick turn from Morad. Hand over, hand over. And what I mean by a blind turn is that instead of turning in the direction where you can see where the bar is coming, you don't see that bar on that back turn, which is just another little wrinkle in the difficulty of that pirouette.
Spencer Panchik with the right middle of your screen, and Will Morad in the headband. Lazar Jukic as well on the far left. They are your top athletes. Sam Kwon is on the lead pace. Noah Olson's a few reps behind here.
In the last round, Sam Kwon actually had the fastest rope and the fastest pull of the field. So that's where he made up a few seconds on these leaders.
Jukic, Morad, Spencer Panchik, and Sam Kwon all get to the sleds at the same time. Now, after they pull this, the final section, it's got to hit the platform they are sitting on. They'll run the rope down the floor and hook it up to the second sled. So Morad is done, and he will take off along with Spencer Panchik. Now Lazar Jukic is out in front. Sam Kwon, as Morad's fumbling with that rope, and 4 men passed him. So Lazar Jukic out in the lead.
Now check this out, Sean. The first pull, they actually have to pull across that black. So once they get across the P-bars and the double unders, not an issue for these athletes. But now we've extended the rope to its full length. You're not going to get as much tension in the rope when you pull. The other part is that the sleds are now sitting in the back rubber portion. There's a lot more friction in that than there's been in the first 4 since they've been on the white part of these mats. So look for that 5th round pull to be the toughest pull of the entire test.
Power your performance with Momentous. Enter to win the ultimate prize pack at livemomentous.com/CrossFit. So Lazar Jukic and Spencer Panchik are on their first sled pull here. Again, 345 pounds, 156 kilos on that implement.
That 5th round is the toughest pull of the entire test. In each round, it's going to get a little bit easier to move that sled aside from the compounding fatigue of the test.
Well, Lazar Jukic, you just saw him on the left side of your screen coming back into view. He's down with his parallel bar traverse, and now for his second set of double unders here on the second sled. The 191 rep mark is when Jukic will go back to the rope and start yet another pull. Will Morad sits in second place, followed by Quant Crouch. Noah Olson still in the top 5. There goes Lazar Jukic on the left side. The only man close to finishing his sled is Will Morad has moved into second place. And Jake Crouch is fighting with Sam Kwant for 3rd. 15-minute time cap here in this test as Jukic goes down and back, no problem on the parallel bars. Now the 223 rep mark, he'll be done. So 30 more heavy rope double unders for the man who comes in 12th place overall with 576 points. 3rd appearance here at the CrossFit Games for Jukic, has finished inside the top 10 the prior 2 times he's been here.
A challenge that heavy rope, it just doesn't give your arms any reprieve at all. It's a harder element. It makes the forearms more taxed, the biceps. But then the heart rate, usually of double unders, these athletes are so well conditioned, it becomes a break time for them, not with a heavy double under.
Lazar Jukic, first man to get to work on his 7th of 8 sled pulls here. Now Will Morad is with him. Jukic sled on the right side of your screen. Will Morad has about 3 more pulls, now 1 more, sorry, before he finishes. Jake Crouch has a couple more pulls left. Morad is done as Jukic is back on the parallel bars.
And I think too, Sean, is the parallel bars are one of those things that aren't in the warm-up area that the athletes get to play with. And what you've seen after each consecutive round, their athletes are doing what CrossFit athletes do. They're getting better and better. They're adapting. So each round, they're traversing these things a lot better.
Lazar Jukic just has 1 sled pull remaining. Will Morad on the right side of your screen is in second place. 21 reps back of Jukic. Jukic is done. Final sled pull, and then he has to traverse the parallel bars to the finish. He's got to make contact with that sled in front of him. He does, and now Lazar Jukic with one final traverse on the parallel bars, and he will have the top time heading into the second and final heat. Lazar Jukic is in. And he will finish with a time of 8 minutes, 30.61 seconds. And now we got a battle between Jake Crouch and Will Morad. Crouch has passed Morad for second. He's back to the parallel bars. And Jake Crouch is in. Justin Medeiros has put on a charge as well. Justin Medeiros is back to the parallel bars. Medeiros is up and over. Justin Medeiros with a late charge comes in third, followed by Olsen, Morad, and then Quant.
And Sean, for Will Morad, I don't know if you guys saw that, but his rope was going over the top of the plates of the sled in front of him. And the problem was, once he got it so close, within about 6 inches, he couldn't actually pull the sled back anymore. And he had to move the rope around the plates to get that second sled to touch the first one.
Ulis Upnix and Spencer Panchik with a close finish there as Panchik just edges him out. Now Nick Matthew is in to close out that heat, but it's Lazar Jukic who sets the top time. 8 minutes, 30 seconds for him.
And you think about that's over the course of 8 rounds, so precision is a big element of this. And then that pirouette, you see a lot of the athletes struggled in the first couple of rounds, but once they figured it out, and no one figured it out better than Lazar Jukic, about a 1 minute and 4 seconds around pace is what it's going to take.
Lazar Jukic, 15 seconds better than Jay Crouch, and a great late push from Justin Medeiros to finish sub-9. Noah Olsen takes fourth, and it's Will Morad in fifth. Second and final heat coming up next. Action continues on the fourth and final day of competition for the individuals here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Second and final heat for the men in test 11 of 12. Ready to take the floor. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. One day ago, we were in a much different situation than we were right now.
Man, yesterday was wild. Roman came into the day with a 100-point lead, but Jeffrey Adler, second in a 5K, fourth in the total, and then comes out this morning and just puts it down, getting first place and a 2-point lead to come into the Coliseum.
But things went from bad to worse for Roman Krennikov. Keep an eye on his right foot. He came down awkwardly, his left foot, and was able to hoist that bag up, but that awkward landing, and Roman Krennikov was in not a good place right now. A broken foot is what we're hearing.
And we're hearing a broken, maybe fifth metatarsal. You can see the ice pack on his left foot, and just a look on his face. And the question is he going to give it a go? Can he give it a go? 2 points behind Jeffrey Adler for the lead. Fellner now sitting in a podium position with Chandler Smith nipping at his heels.
Well, Krennikov does have a very big cushion as far as a podium position is concerned. But for more on him, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Sean. CrossFit athletes are tough, but this is taking it to another level. Roman Krennikov just entered the Coliseum floor, and he's limping. I saw him during the athlete briefing, and he could barely put any weight on his left foot. It was so heavily taped, he couldn't get a shoe on. He's wearing a lifter to give himself a little bit more support. Parallel bars won't be an issue. The double unders, honestly, there's a chance, guys, he might have to try and do these single-legged.
Test 11 is the parallel bar pull.
8 rounds for time, down and back on the P-bars with a traverse or a pirouette at the end. 30 heavy double unders, and then a 15 length section of that 345-pound sled.
10 men will be on the floor here. Roman Krennikov, he'll be in lane number 6. Your overall leader is Jeff Adler. He is just up by 2 points on Krennikov. And Pat Vellner in lane 4 on the podium now, and trying to stay there and wind up with a bronze medal.
2 Canadians side by side. And Adler said is that he needed Pat to help him get some separation between him and Roman in the previous test.
There's the left foot of Roman Krennikov wearing the lifter. We'll see how he can get through this. 8 minutes, 30.61 seconds is the time to beat. Brent Fikowski's going to be the first man to the 30 double unders. There's 32 reps per round, 8 rounds total for 256 scored reps. So Roman Krennikov in the middle is going to be able to do this on 1 foot.
Some of the loudest cheers we've had all weekend, Sean.
Krennikov is, again, the good news for him. He has a 150-point cushion as far as staying on the podium is concerned. So if he can just do some damage control here, finish these tests, he still has a chance. Brent Fikowski, though, is your leader right now.
Now here's the thing coming into this, Sean, is that Brent Fikowski still has an opportunity to maybe put himself on the podium again. He's having a great weekend so far, but when you look at a test like this, we've got heavy sled pulls, we've got heavy double unders. Brent Fikowski won the last test at the CrossFit Games that had both of these things. He had one of the fastest test ones from semifinals across the world with a heavier, harder sled pull. So Brent Fikowski is one of those sleepers in this test that could take it and move himself into a podium position.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson on the right side of the screen, he's also dealing with an injury. His back has been bothering him all weekend long. And Gudmundsson, right now, is 7th overall.
Well, he took 10th in the previous test this morning after basically getting dead last in the total last night.
Recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. What are you watching for here?
This is a hot tub pump session if I've ever seen one. You've got double unders, you've got P-bars, you've got the pull. It's just taxing everything that has already been smoked for these athletes. But the long rope is the hardest pull that you're gonna have. So you gotta make sure is that you focus on that first and fifth one.
Well, Roman Krennikov is still on his first round of double unders. And he's able to get through it.
And I think for Roman is, you're going to take last in this test. Don't offset that by maybe making your good foot worse by too much work here. Keep doing the work, keep trying, get last place here. We've got a different style test coming in this final event, so get yourself to the next test to close things out.
Brent Fikowski and Jonakoski are currently battling for the lead here in this second and final heat. Fikowski on the right, along with Gudmundsson, who's in third. Jonakoski is on the left, who sits in second place right now. Pat Felder and Dallin Pepper rounding out the top 5. Felder trying to give himself some breathing room as far as the spot on the podium is concerned.
You're looking at time to beat, Sean, and it's 8 minutes and 30 seconds set by Lazar Jukic in the previous heat. There's 8 total rounds in this. That is less than 1 minute and 4 seconds per round to get that best time. And what does that mean? That means precision. You cannot have a mistake here. You can't stumble on the P-bars. You can't break on the ropes. You can't get your rope tangled up in the sled. There is no room for error in this test.
But Brent Fikowski is going to be the first man to hook up his second 345-pound sled. Jonakoski's going to beat him down the floor. And Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, his 10th straight appearance here at the CrossFit Games. He has not finished outside the top 10 since his rookie year in 2014. And despite being banged up, it looks like that streak might continue.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, I mean, we had heavy sandbags this morning, Sean, so whatever he's dealing with, he is dealing with it like a champ. But this 5th round, Sean, this is going to be the hardest sled pull of the entire set. The reason being is that that sled is back off of these white lanes. You can see the white lane that these athletes are in. That's a much slicker surface than the black rubber that it is. And this is the longest length of rope they have. So it's not much, but a big start can get them a big lead going into the rest of that pull. Look how fast Fikowski's sled moved once he hit the white.
Brent Fikowski in the lead right now, ahead of Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson on this pull. Jonakoski's just about done too. Man who won the opening test of the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, third time I should say in his career he has won the first test of the games. It's Brent Fikowski in the lead now. He's already back to his double unders.
And there's so many transitions in this test. Where do I put the rope when I'm done? Do I get the rope off my platform? How much time do I spend doing that? How do I lay my rope down after I'm done with double unders? All these little meticulous little transitions that plays to no one better than someone like Brent Fikowski.
Chandler Smith is trying to hold off Brent Fikowski right now. Smith sits in 4th place. He's only 47 points up on Fikowski.
And with the number of athletes we have now in these 20-person heats, place differences mean a lot more points between the athletes.
And Brent Fikowski just cleared that red line, and he's on the left side of your screen, upper portion. Now back to the parallel bars. 256 total scored repetitions here. So Fikowski has 2 more pulls to go.
But look how close it is still with him and BKG. It's a matter of seconds, and now we're getting into the pressure rounds. Round 7, round 8. No misses.
We'll send it down to Mike Arsenault.
I had a chance to catch up with BKG before test number 10, and the issue is he actually has an injured psoas muscle, which runs along his hip, and that's giving him referral pain in his back. It started at semifinals. He wasn't able to lift heavy whatsoever until 10 days before the games. Unfortunately, he had a flare-up before test 9 last night. The Olympic total feels much better today, and we're seeing that play out here on the competition floor.
Pat Vellner currently sits in 3rd place in this heat. Vellner in 3rd place overall. He's 111 points back of Adler for the top spot in the overall standings, but he's only 4 ahead of Chandler Smith.
And we saw this in the previous heat coming into the final round. As you see Brent Fikowski, top part of your screen, still in the lead, is at making sure the rope isn't dragging over the top plates of your sled. If you look at Fikowski's currently, it is laying on top of the plates. We saw in the previous heat, Will Morad, his rope got stuck and actually couldn't pull the sled to the plate itself.
8:30.61 seconds. That's your time to beat from Lazar Jukic in heat number 1. And here goes Fikowski looking to demolish that.
Fikowski using his length, leaning forward, leaning back, letting his body do the pull.
And Fikowski's done. One final parallel bar traverse, trying to get the crowd behind him as Brent Fikowski will win test 11. Pat Vellner is 2nd. And now Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson looks to be the 3rd man across. He got a no rep. He had to restart. Now Jona Koski is trying to track him down. Koski at the far end is going to get in ahead of Gudmundsson. So Dallin Pepper is done. And he is in. And Jeff Adler's still out there. So Pat Vellner is looking to carve a significant amount of points off Jeff Adler's lead here. Adler is through. And now Jeff Adler is across.
Now let's talk about the race for the podium, and Chandler Smith is still out on the floor, and he had a 47-point lead on Brent Fikowski. Brent Fikowski just took the test win, so we may see Fikowski leapfrog an inch closer to that podium position.
Well, Adler's going to take 7th, and he was the last man to finish. The yellow host is getting ready to finish up.
Sean Chandler has a whole another round to go. This is his 8th round.
Bailey Martin came across. He finished 11th in the test, and now Hosta is in. That leaves Chandler Smith and Roman Krennikov, the only 2 men left on the floor here. Chandler Smith on his final pull, as Roman Krennikov is on his 3rd of those 8 rounds, just trying to gut through this. Smith is across. And now we will have to wait and see how many points he's going to surrender to not only Pat Vellner, but now Brent Fikowski. And here comes the crowd behind Roman Krennikov.
I applaud the effort. Just be careful. You have another test to go.
side is Roman Krennikov's translator.
The crowd chanting Roman.
Jeff Adler, who has been competing with Roman Krennikov this entire competition, out there trying to help Roman through this. There's 3 minutes left for Roman. And as you mentioned, Chase, he has another test to go here.
Yeah, it's inspirational that this is. I'm glad he's trying, but he's in there already smacking his calf. Like, let's not make a bad situation worse. You've done plenty of work to move on to the next test.
And now Adler trying to get the crowd behind Roman Krennikov, and now he will move to the pull for the 4th time.
I mean, I hope people know that he's still halfway too. Man.
Roman being saluted by competition director Adrian Bosman on the left side of your screen. One minute before we hit the time clock. We have had a lot of emotional moments here inside the Coliseum, and this one is right up there with the ones that we have seen play out here at the Alliance Center.
Fikowski coming in, needed to make a move. Down there on the leaderboard. Can't think of a better test to come up for Brent Fikowski and bank 100 points to his total, but he needed some help. Overall, he's behind Chandler Smith for that 4th place position by about 47 points. But you have Roman Krennikov, who's basically been leading in the white jersey all week long. And when you think about what these athletes sacrifice and have to go through, what they choose to do, put their lives on hold and make this their entire life to be here. How long it took Rowan to finally get to the CrossFit Games last year.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault with Roman Krennikov.
Roman, this is one of the most emotional moments I've ever seen on the Coliseum floor at the CrossFit Games. What was it like coming out here with your injured foot and having the crowd behind you, your competitors behind you, as you approach the last part of that test all by yourself on the floor?
Просто хочу быть героем для своего сына, чтобы он посмотрел.
He wants to be a hero for his son. He just wants him to see him fight till the end.
Just one last question for you here, Roman. Where do you summon the strength to come out here and put a performance like that with one test to go on an injured foot when you can barely walk, you're hobbling in the warm-up area?
Ну, я работал на протяжении многих месяцев, чтобы подготовиться к играм. Считаю, глупо будет сдаться. Если у меня одна нога работает, я продолжаю работать. Могу выполнять на одной, буду выполнять на одной. Все ради фанатов.
He's been working really hard for months, and he thinks it would be very silly to stop now. He can do things on his one leg, then he'll continuously doing it in one leg. Everything for you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Roman. Okay, Brent, I'm not sure how we're supposed to follow that up, but test number 11, 100 points. That's the 8th test win of your career, tied for 3rd all-time in the men's division. You're a veteran in this sport, and you continue to put up great performances deep into the competition. How are you still able to do that this far in your career?
Oh, I think whenever I'm training alone in my garage, or I'm in an affiliate, or I'm here, I just try to give my best. It sounds corny, but you know, it was hard even back there. I mean, I got to meet Roman, compete against him for the first time in 2019, and he just has the courage of, you know, 10 men. And so it was hard for all of us, I think, kind of warming up. Not sure if he was going to take the floor, knowing he deserves, you know, a top spot this weekend. But I'm just trying to focus still, like I do every year, on my own performance. And, you know, yeah.
Thank you very much, Brent. 100 points here on test number 11. We'll see you for one more later today.
Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks.
Thought I was going to get through a CrossFit Games without crying. Didn't happen. Brent Fikowski, 100 points. Patrick Vellner's going to earn 95, and the two of them pick up a gigantic amount of points on Chandler Smith as Vellner looks to move into 2nd place overall. Brent Fikowski looking to move in to 3rd. Now, Roman Krennikov, though, steals the show. One test remains here in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. 2 tests remain for the women here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and we are joined in the booth by the man who defined our era in Carson, California. He's pretty fit. He won the CrossFit Games 4 straight times, 6 team titles.
There's a runner-up in 2010. We don't talk about that, though.
No, that was a year that we've expunged from the record books. Rich, how you doing, man? Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I know that you've been dealing with the Roman situation. How is he doing right now?
Disappointed. Man, I hate to see these next 2 tests that came out, to see Roman not get to do the, he would have, not to take anything away from what Adler's doing, but these were 2 home runs for Roman, so I hate to see that. Super proud of what he put in there at the end, and just it's tough, you know.
You had a moment here with him. What were you saying?
Nothing outside of just proud of him, and hey, just go out there and do what you came here to do, and you're a fighter, and it's what he showed, you know. And then the community getting behind him is incredible. I mean, I don't even think I could do that. One foot double under. So I hate to see it, but love to see that this is what they're about. So it's impressive. Yeah, it's just it's a hard emotional thing to watch, but sports, you know, sports.
Well, test number 11 is the parallel bar pull, Stacy.
8 rounds for time. Down and back on the P-bar, traverse, 30 heavy jump rope, double unders, and then hand over hand sled pull. You got it. Not a light load there, 290 pounds for the females.
There will be 9 women on the competition floor here, taking on this test. And keep an eye on
Paige Powers.
Paige Powers.
Watch Paige Powers here. Yeah, we do a lot of heavy double unders. She's really good gymnastically. She's just a really good athlete, but good gymnastically, good grip-wise. Fired up to see her moving up the leaderboard today. She's so young, and it's cool to watch. Fun athlete to be around, too.
Only 15 points out of that top 10. She's kind of rolling on some momentum here today.
Crushed it this morning, and, she's been up and down all weekend, but, when it counts and moving up the leaderboard on Sunday. So, like I said, we have a lot of fun. Paige and Bailey are fun to be around most of the time. They think they're funnier than they are, but they're incredible athletes.
32 reps per round, and Paige Powers is among the leaders here, along with Lisa Fuliano, working on that first sled pull. 290 pounds, 131 kilos on that sled. Now this test drew some inspiration from one I think that you both did in 2014 push-pull, which is, I think, one of the top moments that was inside the tennis stadium. You had that great race with Josh Bridges.
That was a fun event. I will say I do like this anchor a little bit better than the bag
I would have
sliding
preferred that
around,
myself as well.
And,
yes.
We've come a long way, so this is a really cool event, man.
That also might, sorry to interrupt, that might also been the year that the heavy rope kind of came about.
Yeah, probably, right around there. No, well, was it the...
I know there were heavy ropes. There was a heavy double under in that workout, but...
Yeah, it was one of the workouts, but the overall test this weekend is it's been fun to watch. It's been a really cool test. Every event has been fun to watch, and I'm blown away with what they did this year with how well-rounded each section. There's been some complaints about cuts and all that, but we've talked about it a little bit on the podcast. As long as the test is good, you've had your chance within those cuts, and it's well-rounded, and I think to this point we've seen a well-rounded test.
Well, I know director of the NOBULL CrossFit Games, Adrian Bosman, I mean, he wants a well-rounded test.
Yep.
And he doesn't want to kill, so to say, these athletes. He wants to protect them. He wants to keep them safe. He wants them to feel relatively good.
Tested, right. Tested and not injured, right.
That's it, at the end of a really long weekend.
Yeah, so it's been fun to watch.
How's Paige been feeling going into this test here?
I think they're all beat up. It's a long weekend and prepared, but it's been it's a grind. You know how it goes. By what day are we on? Day 4 now. This is kind of when it starts to separate a little bit, when you see the amount of volume that these athletes are doing, and the more efficient you can be and the better off you can be in the long run.
Danielle Brandon is in the lead here. She's on her now 3rd of 8 sled pulls here.
You're going to see Danielle push through the entire foot, almost as if a deadlift setup, right? She's got to use those powerful legs of hers, but she wants to push through that platform through the entire foot. And then you see her lean back to get as much of that length of rope pull on her with each and every rep as she possibly can.
It's almost like a sumo deadlift high pull you'd learn at the level 1, really, too. A little bit of a clean. It's just an overall total body movement. So it's core to extremity.
Absolutely.
What we preach, right?
Talk about that core. You don't really realize it, but on the traverse bars, you've got to keep that hollow position. You cannot get out of control, or you're going to spiral out of control and fall off the bars. And then on the heavy rope, a lot of us think the recipe for success, shoulders, biceps, forearms. Oh my, how about core, guys?
Yeah,
Let's not forget you have to keep a hollow on the double under.
If you see Paige got the rope just shortened up a little bit.
I do
on her
see
grip,
that.
so
Why? Tell me. And her thumbs are a little bit
less
on
to
the
hold
grip.
there, and a little less weight. So
look at me.
Look
it's
at
like
you.
a coach or something. I'm an affiliate. Gotta give a shout out to my. I gotta give a shout out to my peers there at Big Omaha Fitness,
Love
CrossFit
it.
Omaha, all of my fam. Miss you guys. Love you guys. I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Danielle Brandon is now halfway through. She's got to run the rope down and hook up the sled.
She's confused here.
You've seen 3 kind of separate a little bit here. You've got Paige, Danielle, and who's that down there at the bottom?
She forgot to
It's
unhook
Emily
the
Roth
rope.
now, who's moved into second place. We saw Paige do really well winning Wadapalooza.
Yeah.
I think that was sort of the announcement that to a
She's
lot
here.
of us that
Yeah.
she's here. What's
Yeah.
been the biggest change that you've seen with Paige Powers?
I think, just being in the environment of, it's at Mayhem, we have a ton of fun, but when it's time to get down to work, we all get down to work. And as competitive as you can get it without it being too toxic to the team side of it. Like at times we got to dial it back a little bit because, everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to get buried all the time. So we do have a ton of fun. Paige is such a young athlete. Like I said, a good kid. Great to have her around. Darren has been kind of overseeing her programming for the last year. We kind of, everybody does a lot of the similar things, but then maybe once or twice a day you might do your own little separate thing that you need to work on. But Paige she's a great athlete, and she's making big improvements. I'm excited for the future for her.
We are too. It's been really fun to watch her. And I'm rooting for that top 10 finish.
I know, me too. Me too.
She was my favorite she was my pick to win this year.
All right, there we go.
Nothing even with you coming on the show.
All right. She'll, I think, as the workout goes on, she's super efficient. She's got a strong core, like we said. That grip, maybe that little bit of help on the double under. She's about to make a little slide in here, so she's doing well.
Brandon, Rolf, and Powers are still your top 3 here in this first of 2 heats. Danielle Brandon heads back to the parallel bars.
She is fast on these bars. Look at this turnaround. Boom, boom,
Quick.
and she's back.
Quick.
Yeah, it's
there's no
literally
pause.
a half spin.
Next time, if you look at Paige, she does that little pause kind of there to get her arms right.
Yeah,
but
she makes the
take
half turn.
You can power your performance with Momentous. Enter to win the ultimate prize pack at livemomentous.com/CrossFit.
Got to be smart on that turn, though. You miss that turn, and it's a long no rep. So
yeah, we saw that out of Justin Medeiros there in Heat 1 for the men.
Being deliberate, I think that's the big thing. We've seen a couple mistakes by some of the athletes in different events. Just, Roman hopping off the box, going to the row, going to the wrong movement. Those little things, especially on these workouts with these competition and how tight these workouts are, makes a huge difference. So it's just trying to limit those mental mistakes as much as the physical plays into it. The mental's huge on it too.
How do you guys train that?
You don't? No. I mean, yeah. You just try to think about it. And I think the competitive aspect of what our environment we have there at Mayhem. You just it just kind of naturally happens. But you try to talk it out. It's hard for me. As the kind of the athlete I was, you're kind of thinking about that stuff regardless. And so for me to kind of step back and try to make sure that they recognize some of those things, like just little things like watching who's lifting what on the lifts yesterday and trying to, play points games. And you can't get too caught up in that, but you got to be thinking about that. So it's such a, be on the offense and kind of like watching. It's a hard thing to teach, really, because it's just almost inherent in competitors or anybody who's played sport for a long time, and so it's just tough.
Emily Rolf on the, Stacey, Emily Rolf on the left side is still in third place.
No, all good. I don't think many people really realize how strategic
Yeah. And
these workouts are and these tests are, and even in a normal affiliate, even in a normal CrossFit gym, how you strategize
like having a
and
plan, and if your plan goes haywire, we'll use friendly to the internet terms, but goes haywire, how can you adjust on the fly if you need to, you know? Because let's be honest, things aren't always going to go according to plan, and so you got to be an athlete. And that's why I preach to these young kids, like, use CrossFit as a sport or like a training methodology, but play sports.
Yeah.
Play as many sports as you can. You're going to learn life lessons. You're going to have to learn on the fly. You're going to have to lead people, be a part of a team.
And unstructured sport. I tell my boys all the time,
go out and play.
Dustin, you're going to go out and play 500 all day long.
Exactly.
Climb the trees. Make mud pies. I don't know.
Exactly. Yes. Just do, get outside, do different things. So, that's my big thing. That's my soapbox, I guess, when I ever get asked by these kids, like, hey, what do I need to do to make it one day? And I'm like, play sports as long as you can, because when you get our age, all you get to do is work out. You don't get to really play many sports.
Well, Danielle Brandon just ripped through that test. She's going to set the top time at 8:48.42 seconds.
Yeah, you might have missed it by 1, I think, Stace. Paige got it wrapped up here. Hey, good job, though.
Thank you.
I would agreed with you, though, so.
Paige Powers is just about done with her final sled pull. She's got to make contact with that other sled. Now one final parallel bar traverse for the woman who won Wodapalooza to kind of kick off the season down there in Miami.
Keeping the momentum going.
9:18.73 seconds for Paige.
They're going to finish up this pull right here.
Emily Rolfe, who has been inside the top 3 in this competition right now. 14th place overall, trying to get herself into the final heat for test 12 later on this afternoon.
Sean, she won the cross-country 5K and beat, no offense, gentlemen, 13 of the individual men in the field.
I've been beat by several women on a running workout, so there's no offense taken.
Sam Briggs made a career doing that as Emily Rolfe comes across the finish line. He's Paige Semenza as your leader on the competition floor. Got to meet her mom and brother last night.
Good view of her just pulling and pushing through that platform.
Paige, a former collegiate hockey player, her mom told me, don't tell her brother, but she was better than he was.
Ooh, a family rivalry, I love that.
10:29.62 seconds for Semenza. Bethany Flores is your leader on the floor, and she is across.
It's been a grippy day today. It'll be interesting to see. Thrusters are surprisingly grippy, and then going into that overhead rack or overhead position to try to hold on for that lunge. So, man, it's gonna be a fun final to watch.
Lisa Fuliano just finished up her final pull. What do you remember the most about that 2014 push pull?
Man, that was so much fun. Me and Josh back and forth. Honestly, you get lost in just what kind of happened, but little things kind of stick out and random, you asking, I remember running back to the wall and I could still feel the plexiglass and the night air that night. It was like a good night in Carson. That's the one thing I would say we miss kind of here in Madison is that open air stadium feel in the close proximity in here. This place is incredible in the Coliseum and it's fun, but there's something about that, California night air, and I don't know, I just remember that event, me and Josh going back and forth, and it just kind of all settling, everybody goes out hot, and then me and Josh kind of slowly, it turned it into kind of a 2-horse race and back and forth, fighting those sandbags with your feet, and man, it was so much fun, and then really having no idea, it was cool that while we were doing the interview, they put all the scores up, and seeing that I'd gotten kind of moved back into first overall, it was a complete shock. I had no idea that was going to happen. So I still have those memories, so it was fun.
Colleen Fraiova is in.
Nice.
And that'll do it for the opening heat. Danielle Brandon, though, the top time, 8:48.42 seconds with one heat remaining. It was Danielle Brandon out front from the start here, Stacy. And she never took her foot off the gas.
She didn't. She moved for those traverse bars quickly. She was able to push through the floor and just hand over hand rope pull that heavy sled, 290-pound sled across the floor. And her double unders, I think, were effortlessly done. I think she maybe broke once or twice, if not kept everything unbroken. And a smooth sailing finish for her.
Danielle Brandon, 8:48.42 seconds, followed by Paige Powers and Emily Rolfe. So one heat remains here. Rich, thanks so much for taking the time to do this.
Thanks
I know you're
having
super busy, got a lot going on. We really appreciate
Yes.
it.
Awesome. Thanks,
And give Roman our best.
Will do. Will do. Thank you, guys.
One heat remains for the women here in Test 11. We are down to the final heat for the women here in test 11, the second to last test that these individuals will face here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with the second fittest woman in the 35 to 39-year-old division, Stacy Tovar, and it's Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Your overall standings after 10 tests, Emma Lawson continues to hang on to the overall lead, but Laura Horvath has crept closer after test number 10, and Ariel Lowen is hanging on to that third and final spot on the podium. She has a pretty comfortable lead over Alex Gazan, but earlier, Laura Horvath wins, but Emma Lawson had a very strong performance here.
She knew she had to hang with Laura, and she did what she needed to do to kind of keep some momentum rolling here, but Laura Horvath proved she still loves to move heavy things. She handled that 200-pound sandbag so easy over that final log. But again, Emma did what she needed to do. Damage control is what we call it here, Sean.
And test 11 is the parallel bar pull.
8 rounds for time. Down and back on the P-bar traverse. 30 heavy rope double unders. And 1 section hand-over-hand sled pull, not light. 290 pounds on that sled.
Recipe for success is delivered by Trifecta. What do you got, Stacey?
Shoulders, biceps, forearms. Oh my! And the long rope is the toughest rope. There's black floor where it meets the white floor. That's going to be the challenging part, and getting it past that, it'll be smooth sailing, but get out of the black as fast as you can.
10 women on the competition floor for this second and final heat. Ariel Lowen is in lane 4. Third place overall right now, 87 points up on Alex Gazan.
23 points out of that podium.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier with more.
I had a chance to catch up with Ariel Lowen in the warm-up area back, and she said she normally does not pay attention to the leaderboard during competition, but she knows where she's at, and so she's going to give it her all and make a run for the podium. If she ends up keeping that third place spot, she will be the 5th woman ever in CrossFit Games history to stand atop the podium as a mother.
10 seconds.
Emma Lawson and Laura Horvath still battling for the top spot. Lawson has a 23-point lead over Horvath. Horvath was able to shave 25 points off of that deficit in the prior test. And we are underway. Time to beat belongs to Danielle Brandon at 8:48.42 seconds. You start with the trip up and down those parallel bars, and now the 30 heavy rope double unders. You've used that rope. What is it like compared to just a normal jump rope that people will use in everyday workouts?
Slightly awkward. It's not the rope that's actually heavy, it's the handles. So that's what tacks the grip, and that also is what tacks the shoulders. And then when you have a heavy handle in your hand, the timing and the accuracy of your jump is just that much more specific. And of course, you got the heart rate. It increases the heart rate tremendously. And so you have to just kind of figure out how to breathe through all of that and relax as much as you possibly can.
Alexis Raptis is in the lead along with Laura Horvath and Ariel Lowen. So Emma Lawson is one of the last women done with her first of 8 sled pulls here.
Sean, she struggled on the turn of the traverse. So we'll see as athletes, you know, she may not have the ability here to work on a traverse back at home. And so they're trying to figure it out on the fly. And they've got 8 rounds to do that. She was much faster on this second round than she was the first, so hopefully she can pick up some speed here as we advance throughout this test.
Alexis Raptis is your leader right now in the heat, followed by Ariel Lowen and Laura Horvath. Lowen, Raptis, and Horvath all to their second sled pull. 290 pounds on that sled.
Now remember, Sean, the white part of the floor is much more smooth than the black. So they want to keep the sled moving straight down the floor. They want to avoid hitting the black at all costs.
Laura Horvath is now in the lead. Back to the double unders for 30 more reps. There's 32 scored reps per each round, 256 total.
Laura Horvath in the green, middle of your screen, lane 6. Let's not forget she was a rock climber, Sean. Those forearms know how to handle grippy things. The heavy rope should not be a problem for her. And this hand-over-hand sled pull, I would say, is definitely one of those things in her wheelhouse. Emma in the white sports bra, middle of your screen there. Our leader, red shorts, is in dead last, Sean, in this heat.
She and Gabby McGowan are bringing up the rear here, but Laura Horvath is once again on the warpath here. Think about what she did last year, making the late charge to get herself onto the podium. She is dominating so far here on the final day to try to put herself on top of the podium. Past the 3-minute mark, timing is presented by G-Shock, the official watch of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. And Horvath has just one sled pull remaining to close out her first set of 4. Then she'll run the rope back down the floor and hook up to the second and final sled.
Unbroken set of double unders. You'll see Laura here, green sports bra, sitting down on the floor, middle of the screen, pulling the rope, hand over hand, knees tracking right over the toes as if it's a deadlift, right? You want to push through that platform.
Now Horvath all by herself, working her way down the floor.
She wants that white leader jersey. I can see the look in her eyes.
She has been on an absolute mission today. Already has a test win under her belt earlier. As now Alex Gazan is going to be the second woman down the floor, followed by Ariel Lowen and Catherine Davidsdottir.
Here's the thing, Alex Gazan, 87 points out, all right? Ariel Lowen coming down the floor in the blue tank top there, dragging her rope. Gymnastics background, so can take the traverse bar maybe a little bit faster than Gazan. But I think Gazan has a little bit more power on the sled, and she's been a little bit more efficient on the double under. We'll see how she does here on the traverse.
Gazan trying to work her way onto the podium, but she's got to put some distance between herself and Ariel Lowen in order to chew into that 87-point deficit. And Laura Horvath is back onto the sled as Emma Lawson is now just getting back. Lawson right now is in, I believe, 8th place in this heat. And if that continues, Laura Horvath will be your new overall leader heading into the 12th and final test.
She's just not as fast on that turnaround. She's just, most girls, from what I've been seeing here on the floor, analyzing down at, you know, it's a boom boom. It's one hand goes across and the other one meets it. And she's kind of hanging out on the end of the traverse bar for a second or two. And that's just more time and her tension. Her shoulders are fatigued. Her triceps are smoked. Her forearms are taxed. She's got to pick up the jump rope.
Horvath back to the double unders now.
Emma Lawson moving on, getting through those double unders. Now watch this turn. She meets her other hand. She hangs out for a good 1-2 seconds before she pops the other hand onto the other side of the bar. You have to be a little bit faster than that.
Horvath back to the sled pull. She'll have 2 more pulls after she completes this. Meanwhile, Catherine Davidsdottir, the sled dog, has moved into 2nd place. Davidsdottir coming in 8th place overall. Meanwhile, in the background there in the all green is packed to the rope. And that's like the first rest I think I've seen her take. She is a full round ahead of Emma Lawson. So Laura Horvath looking like she's going to wear the white leader's jersey heading into the 12th and final test.
Laura Horvath there in the green sports bra, middle of your screen. Our leader looks so relaxed. Take a look at her shoulder position compared to Emma Lawson. Emma Lawson, you see with every jump, she's kind of lifting her shoulders tight, trying to get that heavy rope around and down twice underneath her feet. And Laura just looked so cool, calm, and collected, breathing with each and every rep. This right here, Sean, is her jam. This hand-over-hand rope pull, being that rock climber, not a problem for her. And we do know she loves to move heavy objects.
I think back to 2018 when she made her rookie debut, and the two-stroke pull test where she reeled in Katrin Davidsdottir, and that had a sled pull in it. So she's had no problem with that clearly. And now she's back to the parallel bars.
Watch her transition here. Just a quick slide over, slide back, and back down she goes.
Horvath back to the 30 double unders, 256 total score repetitions here. Alex Gazan is now fighting with Katrin Davidsdottir for second place here in this heat. Emma Lawson with that 23-point lead over Horvath. That's going to disappear. Ariel Lowen trying to hold off Alex Gazan and Alexis Raptis for the third and final spot on the podium.
Emma Lawson, you know, this morning, those sandbags might have took a little bit more wind out of her sail than we think, Sean. Test number 10.
Final sled pull here for Laura Horvath, and then one last parallel bar traverse. And Laura Horvath, 2 for 2 on Sunday, and will be number 1 with one test remaining.
Perfectly executed.
Alex Gazan has moved ahead of Ariel Lowen now for second place. And we're starting to get into the point where times from the first heat are going to factor in. Danielle Brandon's time is now the second best at 8:48.42 seconds. 9:18.73 is where Paige Powers sits in third. But Gazan is now done. She's got to hurry if she wants to finish third in this test. And she's going to get inside of Powers' time by about 2 seconds. So 9:16.53. Here's Katrin Davidsdottir as Emma Carey is across. Carey and Davidsdottir helping out Gazan, and now Ariel Lowen is in. Alexis Raptis looking to finish up. And she is done. Now Emma Lawson in the middle of your screen has finished her final sled pull. And Lawson is done.
She needed that. She came in dead last after round 1, Sean.
Annie Thorisdottir, former two-time champion, has competed in 3 different decades at the CrossFit Games, and every time I say that, it just still does not set in the magnitude of that achievement.
Unreal. I remember competing next to her at the ranch in 2009, and I remember every year after that, Sean. But the most impressive thing to me was now being a mom myself of 2. Was she, 8-9 months postpartum, and the epic moment that every CrossFitter, if they were here or watching in 2022, her snatch was the coolest thing to witness that night in the Coliseum here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin.
Gabby McGowan is just about done, and you mentioned that we've had a lot of iconic moments here. We just saw one with Roman Krenikoff, and that Annie Thorisdottir lift will certainly be one that people think about when they think about the time we've spent here at the Alliant Energy Center. Now, Annie Thorisdottir is going to finish up, and that leaves Emma Tall as the only woman left on the floor, and she only has 1 sled pull remaining. Two of the greats from Iceland right there. 4 total championships between the 2 of them. And it's Annie Thorisdottir who actually inspired Katrin Davidsdottir to get into CrossFit after Davidsdottir saw what Annie was able to achieve in 2011 and 2012.
That's the spirit of our community, Sean. We rally around each other, like-minded individuals, surrounded by great people who genuinely care.
You saw that play out earlier if you watched Roman Krenikoff. So Emma Tall is now done. And she's got to get across those parallel bars and over the finish. And Emma Tall is in. Laura Horvath picks up her second test win of the day. She'll earn 100 points. Emma Lawson finished in 10th place.
But Sean, it was all Laura. It was all Laura Horvath there. Middle of your screen, green sports bra, green shorts. This sled was no problem. When you sing any sort of heavy load, odd object, it's all Laura. Traverse par, no issue at all.
Horvath with that test win earns the 100 points. Emma Lawson down in 10th will earn 55. So Laura Horvath unofficially should have a 22-point lead atop the overall standings heading into the 12th and final test. And Danielle Brandon will take second out of heat number 1. Let's go down to the competition floor. Nikki Brazier once again with Laura Horvath.
Laura, that is 2 wins, 200 points on the last day of competition. How do you find the strength and the energy after 4 days of competing to continue to charge up the leaderboard like this?
I love Sunday. That's my favorite day of the week. I love it.
If you were to find yourself at that top spot on the podium this year, what would it mean for you?
It would be that my hard work paid off, that all the hard work and effort I put into my training is finally paying off.
And after everything you've been through already this weekend, how do you set yourself up for success for one final test?
Oh, it's one last workout, baby, so I'm just gonna leave it all out there.
Easy. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Only one test remains, and Laura Horvath will have the overall leader's jersey the next time she takes the floor. Coverage will continue here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. You can head to games.crossfit.com for leaderboards and all the information about the competition. Stay with us, everybody. One test left in Madison, Wisconsin.
these athletes are working against their peers at the CrossFit Games, they know that they're also testing or working out against or doing an event next to the fittest in the world.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light, to no weight, to odd object, to traditional objects, to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to. And the games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong or people that were fast or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they were good at. And they showed up in the environment and you could very quickly see like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit, this constant, very functional, it's executed at high intensity, this thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
Growing up, I definitely had a lot of struggles with my body image, and, I just was always on the larger side, as a female. Like, I was always the tallest girl in my class, or, just broader shoulders, and it was always brought to my attention. I had so many coaches, so many personal trainers. You sign up at the big box gym and they're like, how about personal training? Like, you ever think of that? And so I did it all. Like, I worked with all the people and did all the things and never found success. And so when I finally stumbled upon CrossFit, I realized, when the coach would explain movements, I understood them. I had this natural ability to understand core to extremity, and I knew how to, move well, and I could squat to depth, and I could do lunges, and I realized I move pretty well, and I can actually do this stuff. And not only that, but I was strong. And so anytime the barbell came out, it was like, wow, I am athletic, and I did have this capacity to do really cool things with my body. And so I think, I just found this ability in me that I never knew existed.
Meu nome é Hildon Carvalho, atleta adaptado Low Extreme.
My name is Hildon Carvalho.
I'm an adaptive athlete, low extremity division.
Coloquei todo o meu trabalho, toda a nossa estratégia, dedicação, tudo que a gente veio trabalhando há vários meses atrás, coloquei tudo isso em prática nessa semana.
I put all my work, all my training, everything we practiced, we trained before, I put it all into play this week.
Meu nome é Laísa Santana, eu sou proprietária e head coach da CrossFit Park Extreme, localizada em Brasília, na capital do Brasil.
My name is Laísa Santana, I'm head coach and owner of CrossFit Park Extreme, located in Brasília, Brazil.
Eu sinto muito orgulho do que ele conquistou.
I'm very proud of his achievement.
A transformação que o CrossFit e o CrossFit Games causou na vida dele.
All the changes that CrossFit and the CrossFit Games will make into his life.
Além de ter transformado ele como pessoa, como ser humano.
Even changing him as a human being.
Me transformou como pessoa e como treinadora.
Changed me as a person and as a coach.
Tenho orgulho da medalha, mas não é isso que é o principal.
I'm proud of the medal, but that's not what it's all about.
Para ele estar aqui hoje, todos os meus alunos se mobilizaram para custear a nossa viagem.
For him to be here today, we got everybody from the affiliate to chip in and pay for his trip to come here.
300 pessoas vivendo o sonho de uma.
300 people living the dream of one person.
Desde conseguir o visto para os Estados Unidos,
since getting the visa to get in the USA,
a gente já sabia que era o primeiro combate.
We knew that was our first battle.
Não tem cor de pele.
It's not about his skin color.
Não tem dinheiro.
He doesn't have money.
Mas tem amor.
But he has love.
E a gente está aqui.
And we made it here.
E aqui somos todos iguais.
And everybody is the same here.
Let's send somebody home with some hardware inside the Alliant Energy Center's Coliseum in Madison, Wisconsin. It is the 11th and final test for the teams at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Final time the CrossFit Games are in Madison, Wisconsin, at least for this residency. As Jamie Hagia, Jeremy Austin, and Lauren Smith alongside Joel Gadek, glad to have you along with us here on a Sunday afternoon. 1,000 points up for grabs so far, 931 of them to CrossFit Invictus. As dominant a performance as any team in recent memory. The Sea of Green last year came in third. Josh Alshama said, I don't like bronze. And so far they have made that golden dream a reality. The 11th test today brings in the newest and maybe most cruel implement we have seen for the teams to date.
Oh, maybe the toughest till last, but the handstand walk first with 192 feet and the new improved earthworm. And they will do 10 worm thrusters and 24 feet with the worm in a walking lunge and finish up with a final 50 thrusters, 96 feet on the lunge, and they got 12 minutes to do it. That's going to be tough.
Jamie Hagia, how do you tackle this? The earthworm, it's 4 separate segments just tied by a rope. You have to talk.
Well, Dave Castro, the GM of sports, said this in the test announcement. Communication is key, which will be especially important as this is the first time these teams are touching this earthworm. And then pain and accountability, adaptability. You want to make sure that you can suffer and also make adjustments on the fly.
And Jamie wasn't kidding. Teams in warm-up did not get to practice with an earthworm. The first time they touch it will be when they walk on the competition floor. Ben Smith, CrossFit Krypton in lane 1. They'll be top of your screen. CrossFit Rhino, bottom of screen in lane 10. But it's the +6'4" Army endgame that are the last team remaining from Oceania.
Oh, that old adage of teamwork making the dream work. These 4 have worked so well together and progressed up the leaderboard. And Clint Cole, the Frenchman, he will be smiling. He's loving getting back out here on the competition floor.
And I spoke with Alexis Johnson of CrossFit Franco's Misfits, and she said when she found CrossFit in 2011, she was in the midst of an eating disorder weighing in at 88 pounds, but CrossFit saved her life with a community and seeing other strong women.
And this will be her final event at the competitive level. She is retiring along with a lot of the veterans we've seen across several of these teams over this week. You can text G-Shock CF to 87121 for a chance to win a G-Shock watch. CrossFit Level 1 seminar spot, over $400 in CrossFit swag. Gshock.com/CrossFit has all the details, or you can scan the QR code on your screen to learn more. Well, this is a sight to see.
I think, Joel,
this is like straight out of the ring.
Yes.
But a new handstand walking standard, Jamie, and the athletes under probably more pressure than they've ever been.
They had said in the athlete briefing that they want to make this a very expensive rep so that the pressure is on. This is their final test. Let's make this hard for these athletes.
Fastest on that opening handstand walk was 30 seconds. That was CrossFit Milford Team Conquer. 96 feet here, unbroken. You basically have to make your way just past first base. If you come down, everybody behind you in the conga line has to restart as well.
So CrossFit Krypton, you see, they took no time and no rest in between making it past all the way down the floor. They kicked right back up. All 4 of their athletes are about to cross that finish line so that they can get to that
Alex
earthworm.
Smith, are you surprised?
Absolutely not, and probably good for his brother Ben, who has a little bit of a knee injury, so being upside down on his hands is good for him.
Now CrossFit Krypton, the first one to the new earthworm. These segments are 125, 100, 125, and 100 pounds. The athletes are not allowed to touch the rope portions. Part of that is for safety's reasons, and you'll see why. Because when the athletes put this earthworm down, it will flop all over. Forget that, when they pick it up, it's going to flop all over.
I spoke with Ben Smith before this test, and he said that he was able, even with his knee injury, that he is going to try his best, put a little bit more weight on his other leg, his good leg, but you obviously see that is a tough position for him to be in.
Something critical that just happened there. No reps mean the earthworm has to be dropped. So it's not just reset and go again. You've got to start, not from scratch in terms of rep count, but scratch in terms of starting position.
We talk about costly no reps, that unbroken 96 feet handstand walk, that's what an absolute corker. But having to put the implement down that they haven't had time to practice on is even harder.
this is going to be a big curveball for some of these athletes and teams when they are briefed on this. When you have a worm that is pieced together all in one unit, it is much easier to move together. But you see this with these, each teammate has their own separate bag, and it moves almost in a slinky form where it's going to sag in the middle, and if you don't move all together, this is why communication is key.
3 minutes into this 12-minute time-capped event, you have to go through the thrusters followed by the worm lunges. We haven't even gotten there. 4 times before you perform 10 more thrusters to the finish.
Tough implements. All of these teams are in struggle street right now, trying to work out the best way to get through this. You're on the competition floor, Jamie. Communication imperative.
And as you saw from the wide shot, we still have teams that have not finished the opening handstand walk portion. CrossFit Milford, chief amongst them. Portee is your new leader with 1 rep's advantage on CrossFit Krypton. You can see the hat at the top of the screen. The white number indicating the reps completed, and the white number to the right of our teams to the right, indicating the reps that they are behind. 3 minutes and 54 seconds into this test. That's our G-Shock timer in the top left corner of the screen. The official timekeeper of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
That worm is already taking a toll on these teams. Normally it would be no problem. They get their thrusters, they're going to go straight into their lunging, but you saw Portee, they had to put that down and take a second before they pick it back up for those lunges.
First lunging team. Let's talk about the fact that this earthworm is 4 separate sandbags tied together. And Jeremy, it is forcing these teams to go much slower than we would see them go with a one-piece worm.
With the one-piece worm, that weight gets distributed across your 4 team members. Here, they're opening themselves up to be responsible for that individual segment. And with the lunge all the way down the floor, head judge Todd Widman has told the teams any bit of shuffling is not going to buy it. So dropping that worm at every stage of the lunge and the thruster, it's going to cost precious seconds. Team meeting, here we go.
And speaking to Ben Smith, he said because of his knee injury, this team strategy was to try to lunge all on one leg. So that is going to take an extreme toll on these guys. So taking a good look at this, you'll notice their right leg is always going to come forward, which normally, typically, you alternate in those lunges.
Back to the worm clean and jerks after that first set of lunges for CrossFit Krypton. Here's Oslo Blackout. Not talked a lot about the Blackout crew, but one of 3 teams from Oslo. Of course, Navy Blue gets a lot of the hype because they're in a podium position right now. But CrossFit Oslo in Norway, one of 3 affiliates ever to send 3 teams to the CrossFit Games. Of course, Mayhem last year, Invictus this year, and Oslo this year. Henrik Negard is the national champion of Norway in functional fitness. Pretty big key to this Blackout squad that qualified 4th out of the European semifinal. For more on that, let's go down to Lauren.
There was a lot of questions raised coming into this week of the affiliate teams out there who both had submitted 3 teams to the Games, Oslo or Invictus, who might come out on top. And whilst the results aren't fully in, Oslo has managed to get 2 teams into the final day, which is a real testament to Joachim Y and Simon Iceland and the way they have created a culture out of that Oslo box. This is a true affiliate, and they are getting results.
They only have a couple of GHDs in the affiliate, though, so when all the athletes train together, it's kind of like a conga line as they try to get through all of their work each day, but communication is key.
Jamie, you come into the last day of the CrossFit Games, you've done individual, you've done team as well. Talk about implements you don't want to see in the last test of the weekend.
The worm, and then a modified, heavier, harder version of the worm. You know, this is always a traditional at the Games. You see their final test is going to be a tough team of tests that's going to test their willpower, their sheer willpower, who is willing to suffer and who can get this done to finish their weekend.
Teams moving forward, some teams still on that first handstand walk. And that is costing teams absolutely dearly. Trondheim, new leaders ahead of Krypton.
5th annual Rogue Invitational is coming up in Austin, Texas this fall, October 27th through the 29th. Scan the QR code on your screen to buy tickets now. and see the greatest in fitness and strongman put their work on display. It is 4 rounds of the thrusters and walking lunges. That then unlocks one final round of thrusters and a sprint to the finish. 10 thrusters, 24 feet of walking lunges per go.
And Trondheim doing a beautiful job of our recipes for success, that adaptability to pick up this implement for the first time, make adjustments, and look nice and smooth like they've done this before.
Lauren had mentioned CrossFit Oslo doing so well as an affiliate. How about Norway doing so well as a country? CrossFit Trondheim as your lead in this heat with CrossFit Oslo Blackout right behind them. Norway has 4 teams as a country at the CrossFit Games, 4 of the 37. With 0.06% of the world's population, it is a country that has seen its government dedicate significant resources to fitness and functional fitness. That's the payoff at the competitive level. Finishing is going to be at a premium. The time cap is 3 minutes away.
I don't think we realised how tough this one was going to be. We knew it was going to be a long, slow grind. Teams are really starting to struggle, and back end of a tough weekend, those muscles are screaming.
Not only are their bodies physically exhausted, but they are also mentally worn down. Not knowing what these tests are or the implements, how it's going to go, is very stressful. But you see, especially with this earthworm, it moves on separate, on its own, so every single person has to pull their own weight.
Final 24 feet for Trondheim. 10 more 10 more thrusters, I should say. 10 more thrusters, and then a sprint to the finish with the time to beat being established heading into our last heat.
Just notice on the last lunge from Trondheim, the position they were getting it all into was that bicep curl position, where some teams are holding the segment of the worm in both hands. Trondheim are doing pretty well that bicep curl position and just resting on their shoulders.
That's right. If you have your hand all the way up on that worm on the top, it's going to be a little bit more shoulder fatiguing, where you can rest it a little bit lower in that bicep position. It'll give your shoulders a little bit of a break.
Final 4 reps here for Trondheim. They're about to finish. There are still 2 teams that are struggling to get through the handstand walks. This has been a killer of a final test, but it's been completed in 10 minutes and 32 seconds unofficially for CrossFit Trondheim.
Trondheim has been extremely impressive this weekend, and shout out to Joel. They have talked to their teammates, said that you have pronounced all their names pretty accurately and correctly.
Shout out to Mads Jacobson.
Oh, that's what it is.
1 minute left to go until the time cap. 10:34 is that unofficial time for Trondheim. And here comes Oslo Blackout. And those are, I believe, going to be the only 2 teams that establish times here in our first heat.
Pain was a part of our recipe for success, and after a long, grueling 4 days, 11 tests in, how much are you willing to suffer? Can you hang on to that bag? Can you get one more squat when your team needs you?
CrossFit Franco's Misfits, middle of screen. Brandon Luckett, Alexis Johnson, Logan Collins, and Shaylin Laurie. And look at that thing drop. That is how treacherous this implement is. Luckett just lost it off his back shoulder and almost took out Alexis Johnson. Final 5 seconds. And for these 10 teams, the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games are done. .10:34 is the time to beat.
Tough old test to finish things off.
With only 2 teams finishing.
The earthworm, the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, the handstand walk proved to be quite difficult for 2 of these teams here who weren't able to complete those.
We started off with a 192 feet on the handstand walk, unbroken. First time we've seen that sort of distance in team competition. Some teams not able to get through that in the entire time cap, but Krypton out to a very fast lead. And first play on the earthworm caused a few dramas for the fittest man in 2015, Ben Smith. But it was Trondheim who worked things out a lot quicker than anybody else. And a very strong finish from the team from Norway. And one of only 2 teams to finish under that 12-minute time cap.
Those 2 times, 10:34.03 and 11:08. So those will be the times to keep an eye on as we go into Heat 2, with every team looking for places on the leaderboard.
Plus 6'4", very good result from them.
And then as much as the CrossFit Games are all about the athletes here, it is also about the community. And we do want to draw your attention to our judge in lane 7 for this final test, Crystal Meacham from CrossFit Churnside Park in Melbourne, Australia. She is judging at her very first CrossFit Games and in the team's final. Crystal was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in 2011, and it came back as stage 4 pancreatic cancer last year. Jeremy, this was her dream, and the CrossFit community helped make it happen.
Oh, they rallied hard, although a little bit delayed in getting here to Madison, and a very tough journey, one I have been on myself, and I can attest to how difficult that is, but a bucket list item at the CrossFit Games right here ticked off in Madison. And Crystal Meacham, you bloody legend.
Our final heat for teams is next. After 4 days of team competition, we have one heat of one test remaining. inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin to close out the CrossFit Games residency in Madison, Wisconsin. Alongside Jamie Hagia, our CrossFit Games team's competitor, Jeremy Austin, our CrossFit Games team's alternate, Lauren Smith is our reporter down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. CrossFit Invictus comes in with a pretty dominating lead to this final test. In order for Invictus to fall out of first place, they would need second place East Nashville Proven to win this final test, and Invictus would need to finish 17th or worse of 20 teams remaining. So the Sea of Green here feels pretty darn good about picking up the affiliate's first affiliate cup since 2014. That was the last year before Rich Froning and CrossFit Mayhem Freedom entered the chat. 931 out of a possible 1,000 points secured by Invictus. The Proven crew out of CrossFit East Nashville are holding on to just a 3-point lead, though, over CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue, the runner-up in each of the last 2 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Our final test, test 11, we see the first ever appearance of the Earthworm, and it wreaked havoc in our opening heat.
It destroyed what's left of the athletes on the competition floor. 192 feet for a handstand walk to start things off, which has been tough for some of the teams as well. And we are going to get into 10 worm thrusters, 24 feet of the walking lunge, and total up 50 thrusters, 96 feet on the lunge, and a tough 12-minute time cap.
Let's introduce you now to the 4th member of our broadcast crew, down to the floor, Lauren Smith.
Cheers, Joel. So, what you might not know is the worm was first introduced to CrossFit competition back in 2013. It was 6 logs strung together with string. This is a modern-day twist on an old classic. We have 125 pounds, 100 pounds, 125 and 100, and it's canvas connected by string. So a nice little arc back to the good old days of CrossFit. But what that means is that there is absolutely no room to hide as an individual.
Lauren, thank you. She's being nice by calling it string. That is some sturdy rope. And we saw some athletes in the opening heat dropping those sandbags and that rope pulling some other of their teammates down. The athletes cannot touch the rope in the test for safety reasons because of that. Jamie Hagia, we talk about tackling this Earthworm. You didn't do it in the warm-up area. There weren't any back there. First time you're going to use it is right now. How do you attack it?
Well, we all heard Dave Castro, the GM of sports, say in the test announcement that communication is key, especially like you mentioned. They did not get a chance to warm up with it, to play with it, so this is going to be extremely important here. And pain and adaptability, who is willing to suffer and who can make adjustments on the fly.
76-point lead for Invictus. They are in the middle of the floor. Look right, look left. See the rest of the competition in lane 5. East Nashville Proven is in lane 6, Navy Blue in lane 4. Those are your 2nd and 3rd place teams at the moment. Move Fast Lift Heavy still has a podium shot. They're in lane 7, 90 points behind. They would need a lot of things to break their way, but mathematically very much still a possibility for Christian Harris's crew. Our Wild Health teams to watch as we go into this final heat of our final test. We wouldn't be doing it justice if we didn't take a look at that team in the white leaders jerseys with the red bottoms. CrossFit Invictus. Josh Alshama with the black headband said, I don't like bronze. We've already got a bronze medal. That was last year. They came back for gold. And we spoke to CJ Martin. It was interesting. He said, not having Mayhem Freedom this year, not having to worry about chasing Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson on that Proven team. They were with Rich Froning and Mayhem last year. They've been more free, and they can just go out and compete as themselves, and it's made a difference.
Oh, you take that pressure off yourself, and you know that someone who's been so dominant for so many years is now out of competition. You were in that podium contention last year, so there's every chance you can take that #1 spot.
Also saw Oslo Navy Blue there, trying to become the first team in CrossFit Games history to finish 2nd 3 times. 7 seconds into our final test on our G-Shock timer, the official timekeeper of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. This is a 96-foot unbroken handstand walk for these athletes. Every athlete must start their handstand walk before the first athlete crosses midfield, that blue line. And if any athlete breaks, every athlete behind them has to go back to the starting line. That does not appear to be an issue at this point, although Invictus is lagging behind in the middle of the field.
Josh Sharma trying to balance in the midway of the Coliseum right now.
And Devin Kim almost took him out.
Traffic's tight.
We talked about strategy in this handstand walk. Because it has to be unbroken, you know, do you put your best handstand walker first? Do you put them last? And for this reason, your best one will go last so they can control that pace of slowing down or speeding up when they need to.
Everybody making it across for their opening handstand walk.
They're resting adequately enough so the whole team can now start their progress all the way back down the field, so break.
It almost felt like for a moment something was wrong.
And they'd finished.
Everybody just stopped.
There's a little bumper cars out there, it's okay.
No, this is teamwork. This is teamwork. You all ready? All right, here we go. We hand walk as one. 24 seconds by no shortcuts. CrossFit was the fastest for that opening 96 feet.
And Jamie, it was like the teams were just sitting there looking left and right going, okay, you go first.
And that's the name of the game. You can get caught up in looking and seeing where you are, but really it is what your team is capable of, and especially you have to think about your weakest handstand walker. Are they able to go unbroken, rest enough so that they can make it 96 feet down the competition floor? When I think about this, 94 feet is an entire basketball court, and I can jog that, but handstand walking the whole thing is very tough.
Handstand walking is done if you're done with it here. Now we're on to the earthworm. Again, 4 sections strung together with rope. For the men, it's 125 pounds. For the women, it's 100 pounds. It is 10 thrusters and then 24 feet of a walking lunge. And there's a no rep for East Nashville proven. And they should have had to put that earthworm back down and pick it up to go again. And again, that's the case. No reps are supposed to lead to that earthworm hitting the ground.
And we're going to find out pretty soon who can manage the new earthworm the best.
And right off the bat, you see these teams, if you're used to using a conventional worm, what we're used to seeing all strung together, it moves in one unit. But however, with these separated bags, everyone is on their own. It almost creates a slinky effect if you're not moving in unison together.
And now look at that unison for Move Fast, Lift Heavy. Christian Harris started lunging, and he was called back by his team. They weren't ready.
Goes back to our recipe for success. Communication is key. This is our final test in the Coliseum. It's loud in here. Can you hear your teammates? Can you work together? Can you talk together verbally and non-verbally when it's loud?
Move Fast, Lift Heavy just dropped the earthworm because Winter Rodriguez walked into Will Carter. The flexibility of this implement is so much different than a typical one-piece worm because you have a little bit more autonomy. You can't walk into your buddy with a regular worm. It's not going to let you, but rope folds.
And all these teams have a lot of experience with the worm, but none with something like this. I doubt a lot of these teams are working on individual sandbags kind of linked together, but it makes it completely a different movement on these thrusters and walking lunges.
Josh Alshama, the second male for Invictus, was struggling getting a couple of hands on the middle rope, so that has slowed down Invictus. Again, you have to have your hands on the bag portion of the earthworm. With 4.5 minutes gone by into a 12-minute capped event. 76-point lead for Invictus. Pretty comfortable position, looking for their first affiliate cup since 2014. The next year was Rich Froning's first championship of 6 with CrossFit Mayhem Freedom.
Not saying that I did this, but with the worm, you can typically depend on your teammates to help you out and take a little bit of the load off. With this, it is completely on your own. You have to balance it yourself. You have to make sure you're pulling your weight.
East Nashville Proven is in second place overall. They are currently in first place here in this final test. They would need to win the test and have Invictus finish 17th or worse in order to overtake them for the overall lead. And now Invictus, you can see on the left of screen, is coming up behind them. And that big gasp was CrossFit OBA. Kelsey Keel just got wrecked off screen by this earthworm. It has been a learning process in this 5.5 minutes.
Dumping the earthworm, it seems, Joel, you mentioned the folding of the rope, but the entire earthworm is folding up in itself if they're not getting the bags hitting the ground at the same time. Taking the extra time to adjust, get it back up onto your shoulder. That's going to be taking crucial seconds away from this 12-minute time cap.
Not only that, if you don't hit the bottom of the squat at that same time, it's going to have a lag in that rope, creating unevenness in that worm.
And I stand corrected. This is actually the handstand walk that Kelsey Keel is fighting to get through, and this is where your team and your crew comes in to really play a huge role. Joey Tortora and Emily Lundberg just trying to keep her going. Here's Oslo Navy Blue on the right side, and there you can see what this worm does.
Like dominoes.
There's usually a signal of an up and a down, and you'll see out here, especially on the down, if they put it down at the same time, it's going to rock these athletes, and they're going to drop down at different times.
Invictus is now your leader, although you've got to straighten out that earthworm. And they've been passed as they've had to deal with that earthworm. So move fast, lift heavy. They now lead the way with East Nashville Proven right next to them. And shouts, by the way, to the East Nashville Proven crew, because they are sitting in second place overall, which is nothing to sneeze at. But I think the expectation game for them was so high, almost impossible to live up to. It feels like there's something left out there with them being in second.
The pressure can be immense, especially if all eyes are on you. You have your former champions out there. This is a new team. You're adding an incredible individual to your team. But how much time did you spend training together versus teams like Invictus that are in-house every day, in and out? You see all the strengths, you see all the weaknesses.
And there is Kelsey Keel again for OBA, fighting through the handstand walk portion of this test. .76 points is the lead for CrossFit Invictus. We talk about the CrossFit Games as being the elite of the elite. So how does this trickle down to your affiliate? And we spoke to Invictus's head coach, CJ Martin, at the athlete briefing today, and he said, it's pretty cool for the general members of our population in San Diego, because you can see that trophy and say, what are your goals? We'll help you get there. It's a great demonstration of these athletes, their goal was to win the CrossFit Games. We helped them get there.
Oh, tip of the spear type stuff. And fitness obviously is for everyone, and you might have a goal to do a push-up or an air squat or whatever it might be, or just get moving for 5 minutes. And the crowd really getting behind Kelsey Keel now to bring home that final handstand.
8:45 left, or rather into this test. 10:34 is the time to beat.
What I love about CrossFit East Nashville Proven is the resiliency. You see them here grinding. They might have tests that have not gone exactly the way they wanted, but they are pushing through and grinding through this last test.
Invictus is right there with them. East Nashville Proven will win test 11. But in 15 years of CrossFit Invictus sending teams to the CrossFit Games, they positioned themselves not to pick up bronze, not to pick up silver. But in year 15 of CrossFit Invictus making it to the CrossFit Games, they have 5 reps. They are done. It is gold. CrossFit Invictus, kind of a big deal. They're the Affiliate Cup champions in 2023.
Oh, what an amazing performance from Invictus. You mentioned bronze last year, but jumping ahead of that second spot. They didn't want to go 1, they wanted to go 2. And they have jumped into that #1 spot, and consistency really got them over the line in the last 4 days.
When that is your sole goal is to come here and win the CrossFit Games, and you finally see that come into fruition and you cross that final line, there is no better feeling. The emotions take over you. You can't help but think about all the hard days of training, the bad days of training. They have finally paid off.
No more consistent affiliate in all of CrossFit than Invictus. They become just the 3rd gym to have a 8-time championship team. Omnia comes across in the final year of that quad together. They finish in 10:33, and the time to beat from the opening heat has now passed at 10:34. Here comes Walleye, move fast, lift heavy as well. Those teams were in 5th and 4th, respectively. And the cap is about a minute away as Kelsey Keel is trying to finish her handstand walk. You've got Prestanda and Mayhem working on their earthworm still. Tell you what, this is not going to be, and there's the fall. This is not going to be the way that Kelsey Keel wanted to go out, but if she had been able to finish that handstand walk, the ovation would have been like none other.
This test is grueling because there is no place to hide. You see that in the handstand walk, the unbroken handstand walks, and especially with the separated earthworm bags.
Mayhem Independence, first time at the games for Sam DeMeester. Good experience for he, Zoe Jones, Angelo DeChico as he grows into a captain's role. And as the time cap hits, team competition in Madison has come to its close.
End of a very long weekend. The new earthworm, the new implement that was going to hit some of these teams pretty hard with a handstand walk, 192 feet to kick things off. And a great battle up the floor. Invictus, a little bit of a deficit to start things off. And trying to manipulate this new implement. East Nashville proven. Impulsion at the head, and great finish.
That's his first podium as a CrossFit Games athlete. .909 for East Nashville proven. They come in second overall. Invictus, your champion, Oslo Navy Blue, in 3rd place. Same team podiums at the CrossFit Games with the same 4 athletes for Oslo Navy Blue, just the 2nd time that has ever happened. Youth back in 12 and 13 when they won the title, the other gym affiliate that has had that occur. And the camaraderie of competition against one another. But there are 4 athletes down there that feel a whole heck of a lot better than the rest. Invictus are your champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games team champions, CrossFit Invictus.
"15 athletes here for Invictus this year, 12 on teams, 2 as masters. Chandler Smith, the individual ranks, 15 athletes for 15 years of CrossFit Invictus at the CrossFit Games. They have had a team present at every team competition ever. And what's really cool, this is an affiliate team. Jorge Fernandez walked in off the streets one day. Brittany Weiss has been there for almost 10 years. Devin Kim since she was 14. Josh Alshama is the shortest tenured, coming from the UK, but he followed Invictus programming back home. That is a true affiliate team coming together to win at the CrossFit Games.
When you think about consistency across the years, consistency in the last 2 years with the same team and just improving year on year, and they've proven you stick together, we're good to go.
Lauren Smith's gonna go do a shoey here with Invictus.
Unfortunately, Joel, I don't have a shoe. However, I am here with the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games champions, Invictus. Devon, Invictus has had a team at the team competition of the Games since its inception in 2009. They've won it once in 2014. You've just made history. How do you feel?
I mean, in shock, amazing. I mean, I couldn't have done it without them three, so I'm just really grateful.
Jorge, with the team having individual ambitions next year, how important was it for you all to leave the shirt better than you found it?
Honestly, it means everything, not just to us, but this is our 15th year here. Last time in Madison, so it's extra special for us.
Brittany, just give us a sense of what it means to wear that white leaders jersey and to hold on to it for the duration that you have in this competition.
It took a lot of hard work. I mean, there's some great teams out here, so we just had to focus on us throughout the weekend and execute the way we know we could, and we did just that.
You really did. I know you are all driven by your own families, the Invictus family, and Josh, you're set to become a dad for the very first time to your own little boy in probably what's one of the most important moments in your life so far. Have you got any words for your unborn son?
Just never give up. I did a lot of things growing up and I always quit. And this is the first time I said I was never going to quit, and look where it put me. So if he doesn't quit, he'll make it.
You have been an absolute pleasure to watch from start to finish. Enjoy every moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your CrossFit Games 2023 champions, Invictus.
It's not just that, it's the amount of time and effort and energy and work that went into it for Josh Alshama. How much energy and time he poured into it. Devin Kim, from the ranks of being a teenager, she came to the games for the first time, I believe, at 15, and now finally walks away with a team championship. The payoff is real.
Time training alone, time training together, time away from family, it takes a massive toll, and they're going to be enjoying this off-season, no doubt. But you've been there, Jamie, as an individual and team member. It just takes so much to get to this point.
Oh, you see the emotion and expressions on their face. It means everything. This one moment, something they have dreamed about, something they have worked so hard for. You finally see that payoff, and that is what means everything in the world to these teams and athletes.
Final standings. CrossFit Invictus, 1,026 out of a possible 1,100 points. East Nashville Proving grew its lead in that final test. Coming up with a silver medal, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue bronze for that foursome after they took silver a year ago. East Nashville Proven does have the two single greatest women competitors ever in team competition. Don't let that go unnoticed. They add to their cabinet, and they, with Tola Maracchino and Tim Paulson, are ready to speak with Lauren now.
I do. I have your silver-placed medalists alongside me. Proven from CrossFit East Nashville. Andrea, there were 3 points when you came into this workout separating yourself and CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. The winner of this workout was going to take that second place position. How did the team come together to be able to produce this result?
Oh, there's actually like a lot of yelling and strong words. Like we knew we all had to black out to make this happen. So when we found out the weights of the sandbags, we kind of knew it came down to me and Taylor. So the more hurt, the better.
Tim, you've been an individual for all of your career, and now you've found yourself on the team stage. What are your main takeaways about the group you get to work with day in, day out?
Honestly, it was a blast, and I think, who's on your team comes down, that's what matters the most, to be able to have fun with it, have some laughs, and just, really enjoy the journey along the way, I think is part of what made us most successful, other than, being pretty fit. So, honestly, it was a blast. I loved it, every minute of it, and, if this is the last time I step on the stage, then it was a hell of a way to go out, so I'm here for it.
Taylor, silver medal. What's the overriding emotion?
I'm just happy to be here another year, happy to be with all these people, and it's just an amazing experience every year, so it's awesome.
I'm really glad to hear that. Tola, you have been a part of multiple different CrossFit Games teams. What's made this group so special and your experience so enjoyable?
Yeah, every team is different, and this has been the most talented team I've been on. And as individuals, they're all great people, and we've had a great time just really pushing ourselves to the limit.
Guys, once again, you've also been a total pleasure to watch. Thank you for making the competition what it's been, and congratulations.
That's East Nashville Proven, your second place team here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Invictus and Oslo also on the podium. Probably, at the end of the day, the most predictable of the races here at the Games between the individual elite men, women, and teams. The three teams we expected to be on the podium are the three teams that wound up on the podium. It was just the order that was always up for grabs.
Yeah, the expectation coming in